into the meeting.
Okay. And I will, Dave Strogatz, and Cleo and Pat, are they in the meeting at this point?
I see Cleo, I see David Strogatz.
And I see Pat.
Yep, and we have Pat.
Okay, okay. Let's give Jesse a second to get into the meeting.
Jackson, I can't hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine. Yes, sir. I muted myself while I'm helping Jesse here.
Pat, can you hear me? Pat, are you able to hear me?
I think he needs maybe just a little volume on his computer. All right, and here we have Jesse.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Liz.
Hi, Pat, can you hear me?
For some reason, I can't hear you or
Okay.
anybody. I can't hear you, Jackson. What am I doing wrong here?
I'm sending you a text, Pat.
And I'm nowhere near as good as I used to be at reading lips.
Look at your phone. I sent you a text.
How can I change the volume up? I don't see any volume control. Oh, down at the bottom?
Possibly.
No, it's pretty high up.
Okay.
Now it's at 92.
And you're still not hearing us, huh?
Is there a control?
I can't hear anything. Can anybody hear me?
I
Oh,
can
Yes,
hear
I
you,
can hear you,
Jesse.
Jesse.
I can't hear you.
Sorry, folks. Bear with us while we grapple with these technical difficulties here.
it'll be fun when we can actually get together again.
It will be. Okay, I'm just, Jesse,
Jesse's going to log out and log back in and see if
that's what I suggested she do. I just sent her a text.
Yep, here she comes. And maybe we should recommend the same to Pat. Sorry, everybody.
I will suggest. I'll suggest that to Pat. Pat,
Got it.
How are you now, Jesse? Can you hear us?
that any better?
We can hear you, Pat. Can you hear us?
I signed in.
Okay, I'm in. Figured out what was wrong.
What was wrong, Jesse? Maybe we can tell Pat.
I had to turn on my mic on the menu bar. I'm on a Mac,
Okay.
so
Pat, can you hear us?
no. Does someone have a phone number for Pat? I don't.
Yeah, I will call him right now. I'm gonna put this on mute.
Yeah, it was on my menu bar. So
Hi, Liz. I can't even sit. There's nothing along the top bar except all of you and me.
we can hear you.
Oh, okay. And I do as well. I did. I can hear you. Can anybody hear me?
Yep.
Yeah. I can hear you.
Okay. Thank you. I bet you the cat stepped on the wrong key. Yep.
Liz, you're muted.
Okay, now let's call the meeting of the Historic Preservation and Architectural Review Board of the Village of Cooperstown to order at 5:09 PM. Thanks for your patience, everybody. We have two public hearings to open, and I'm exiting the full screen to look at the agenda. The first is regarding the demolition of a garage at 58 Susquehanna Street. Is anybody on the Zoom who is lined up to speak regarding that
As it
demolition?
turned out, I was hearing you through my phone.
Oh, no.
I'm not
Okay.
meant to be at this meeting.
Liz, have him just call in. Have him call in and he
Okay.
can use the phone and the screen. It'll be fine.
Okay, use his phone. Do you want? Use his phone to hit the Zoom?
Yeah, because it's on here.
He can also just have use his telephone.
You're just on mute over here.
If he'll be able to hear the screen possibly,
I don't have a
or else
microphone.
call in on the Zoom on his phone. Yeah.
Well, I don't think you need to talk, do you? No.
Okay. I will text him. And then in the meantime, Jackson, do you want to tell me if there's anybody here to speak regarding that demolition of the garage on Susquehanna Street?
We didn't receive any requests from the public to speak on that demolition. I would hope that Mike Swatling will be here to speak on the project, though.
Right,
But there's
Okay.
no public comment that was submitted regarding that project.
okay. I'm just texting Pat again to ask him to call in. And see if we can get him to join us that way, at least so he can hear us. Okay. All right, we'll leave that public hearing open for a minute while we open the public hearing regarding the partial demolition of the residence at 76 Fair Street. the owner and representative of this property, can you speak regarding the portion to be demolished to clarify for the board members and any public who are listening?
Dave, do you want to?
Yes, actually, I got it up at 100%.
Can you hear us, Pat? Okay. Pat? I sent him a text, but Pat?
Are there enough people for a quorum?
Look,
Yes.
I'd love to be there. Just don't let Fair Street get away.
okay. I just texted Pat. Maybe he can use his phone. Anyhow, in the meantime, is there anybody here to speak regarding the demolition of the property at Fair Street in terms of a representative? And excuse me one second, Pat's calling. I'm sorry about this. Hi, Pat. Are you the
Oh. Okay. We'll try to do that. Okay. All right. I do. Okay. Yep. Yep.
Pat's going to try to join us by phone. Is Teresa, are you going to speak regarding the project, or is the homeowner going to speak? Just
I
to
see,
recap
I see
everybody.
Dave's got his mic on, so I'll let Dave talk.
Dave,
Okay.
please give us a quick introduction to the project again for anybody who.
Okay, my name is Dave Heidenberg. I own the house at 76 Fair Street. Bought it in December, looking to do some renovation work to the property. As part of this demolition project that's, needs to happen before we can build in the back, I'm going to leave the front of the house just as it is. I'm not going to change any doors, not going to change any windows in the first floor. That's, quote, the 1840 section of the house. I'll make some improvements to the porch where the wood is rotted. The upstairs of that 1840 section, the front part of the house, there's 4 windows in the 2 upstairs bedrooms that are well over 100 years old, single pane windows. Like to change them out, and we'll put some windows in there that allow for egress, so that'll meet code. I'm not looking to put a very big window there, so those are probably going to be encasements in order to get out of there. And I want them to have a look similar to the windows that are downstairs, that are already. The previous owner must have put those in sometime after the house was purchased from the trust fund for my mom and dad. So they're good windows. I think they're a vinyl type window. Looks, I was in the house over the winter time. They're not drafty. So for the time being, I was going to leave those windows as is, but the upstairs ones we're looking to change. Aluminum
Dave,
siding.
Can I stop you for a second, Dave?
Sure.
We're not doing a review of what you want to do. I wanted you to do a quick introduction for the people regarding the public hearing regarding the demolition. So tell us about where you'd like to begin the demolition and what section you'd like to demolish.
Okay.
For public interest.
Immediately after, behind the 1840 section of the house, the middle section was built, I don't know, 1880. That's the part I want to take down, very poorly built. So from basically the back end of the front of the house and everything behind that, including the kitchen and the garage, I want to take down, put new foundation in, and basically start from scratch.
So right now, Jackson has an image on the screen of the house, and it is the front section of the house with the porch and the gable ends to the driveway and the neighbor that you're maintaining. And then after that, there is a section with a small overhang roof on it. The demolition would begin at that point, correct?
Correct.
Okay, just so everybody is clear on that. So we are opening the public hearing regarding the demolition of the non-1840s section of the house and the garage. I will note that I don't know if Jackson has other people who have expressed an interest in speaking. It's my understanding that one HPAB member will recuse herself from the board and speak regarding this property. And I want to make it very clear that she is not speaking on behalf of the board, nor will she vote regarding this, just to make it clear for transparency. Jackson, are there other people who have expressed an interest in speaking?
Yes, Dr. Lafer on the other at 74 Fair Street has also expressed a desire to speak, and I shared
Okay.
some text.
Okay, whoever's first on your list of speakers, go right ahead.
Well, Cleo, would you like to speak to this?
Sure.
Okay, then let's clearly make a statement of that you're recusing yourself from the board for this public statement. And Marcia,
Yes,
would
I'm
make sure it's
speaking
clearly-
only as a member of the public and as a neighbor.
Okay, Marcia, and make it clear in the minutes, please. Thank you.
Okay, I have a few concerns that I wanted to raise. The first one has to do with something we encountered here at our house, and that has to do with asbestos. We actually looked at the house next door before David Peinenberg purchased it. The previous owner thought we might be interested in purchasing it and went through the building with a contractor who pointed out what he strongly suggested was asbestos in the basement. We also encountered asbestos in this house. The vermiculite in the attic insulation often contains asbestos, and it is frequently used apparently in houses in the town. So I guess our first concern we'd like to raise is whether there will be an asbestos survey done and to guarantee that proper remediation would be done to prevent exposure to workers or release to the environment or anyone else. So that's one concern I wanted to raise. I live with someone who has worked extensively in demolition projects, and he asked me to mention his concern about the control of dust and debris. So we'd like to know if the demolition goes forward, what controls would be in place to control or to minimize debris and particulates. We're obviously extremely close by. Some of that, I think, pertains to the next questions, which have to do with wondering what type of heavy equipment will be used and what methodology will be used. Is it going to be essentially, smash and grab, or is it going to be a more methodical, less dirty manner of doing it? We understand that demolition is never without, some disruption, but given the proximity, we're concerned about that. Final two questions. What insurance will be in place to cover any possible not just liability for their workers, but what insurance would be in place to handle potential damage to our property or to the other neighbor's property. And then the final question is, what would the anticipated start date be? What would the hours of work be, since it's likely to be, fairly intrusive? And then will the work be taking place on weekends? So those are the list of questions I have pertaining to the demolition. Thank you.
Thank you, Cleo. Jackson, would you like to unmute Dr. Leffler? And then we can, once all of the members of the public have spoken, we can ask the owner and their representative to address the questions.
Liz, I'm on board now.
Great, Pat.
Dr. Leifer, is there anything that you would like to add to the public comment besides the written statement that you provided?
This statement is important, but I do have a question. I realize that right now the question specifically relates to demolition. My concern relates more to the proposed construction. And I guess I understand it may be premature to go over my concerns regarding the proposed construction. But ultimately, to embark on demolition without the concerns for the construction being voiced, that to me is potentially going to be ambiguous. So in the hypothetical where there are objections to construction so that it needs to be modified or not proceed, is the demolition still going to go ahead regardless?
Any other questions?
And ultimately, if I'm allowed to voice my concerns regarding the proposed construction, I would be more than happy to do that now.
I would like to wait to deal with questions regarding construction until we're actually reviewing the file. It makes more sense to do it in terms of the review of the file.
Okay, so my question, I guess, is, does it make sense to go ahead with demolition if there are major questions regarding the proposed construction?
If I may, Liz, Dr.
Please go
Leifer.
ahead, Jackson. Yep.
There is also a request for variance for reconstructing on a similar footprint as the current structure, albeit a reduced footprint. There is currently a variance request scheduled for, and that is also a public hearing, and that is scheduled for the next Zoning Board of Appeals meeting on the 3rd of May. And I just sent out the public notices for that, and I made sure I got your address right this time on it. So
I appreciate that.
So that will be another opportunity to comment on the massing and volume of what is being constructed within the side yard setback.
So I guess I do need to voice, I need to make it clear that I am uncomfortable with demolition being finalized when there are major questions regarding the variances and the new construction. Although the footprint may be smaller or the same, there are other major changes that will impact both adjacent homes on each side of 76 Fair Street. I guess my concern is to do a demolition and then have a plot that is very disrupted because there are major ongoing issues regarding the proposed construction. To me, I think that should be settled before demolition occurs.
Granting a permit for demolition and demolition are not immediate. So this public hearing is regarding the demolition.
Okay, fair enough.
And a demolition permit has been issued for a good portion of this structure in the past before approval of the plans for the previous owner. I think that because there is a ZBA meeting pending, and because we have not deemed this application complete and may or may not do that within this meeting, we can do those as two separate actions, and generally do those as two separate actions. I have honestly, in my more than 10 years on HPARB, not seen a property owner demolish anything until their plans for development are approved. If that helps you understand
It
where
does.
we're at.
Thank you very much.
But these are two discrete steps. Jackson, I don't know if you have anything to add.
Nope. I mean, yes, any construction that would be reviewed at this meeting will still be contingent upon final ZBA approval. And yeah, it would be in the homeowner's best interest to wait until major deconstruction is performed until their plans are approved.
That clarifies this. Thank you.
Okay. So is anybody else lined up to speak, Jackson?
No.
Okay. Then has entered the meeting regarding the garage on Susquehanna Street, correct?
You're asking if there's any further comment on the garage in
Right.
Susquehanna?
Yes.
No.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure of that. And shall we proceed? Do any of the HPAR board members have any questions for the owner of the property or the representative, Teresa, in terms of the proposed demolition before we move forward?
Oh, was the owner going to respond to the points that Cleo raised?
That we are going to move out of the public hearing and do a review and a vote. I just, I apologize. I'm kind of having some technical difficulties here and I'm a little distracted. So give me one moment, please. Okay, so we will, we're going to close the public hearings. These items are later on the agenda. I would assume that discussion happens within our regular agenda when we vote on the items, and both items are later in the agenda, both the garage on Susquehanna Street and the property on Fair Street. The public hearing is generally, unless Jackson, you would like those items to be addressed now, is generally an opportunity for people to voice their concerns. And then when we discuss this in the regular agenda is generally when we might have those concerns responded to. Jackson, do you want to approach it differently?
If it makes the most sense to shuffle the agenda, you're asking if we should shuffle the agenda and address and move through the process on 76 Fair, especially while we're here.
We could do that. I don't want to bump other people out of the way, but we could do that. If it's up to you, Jackson. I'm going to let you make the call on that, on the agenda on that one.
I think since we did receive public comment on it, it would make sense to move directly into the rest of the discussion regarding 76
Okay.
Fair. And apologies to anyone on the agenda that's getting thrown by this.
Okay, so let's, we're going to address item 12 on the agenda, 76 Fair Street, with Teresa Durup and David Pungenberg, the owner. So we have had the open public hearing. Teresa or David, are either of you able to address the neighbors' concerns regarding the items they spoke about at the public hearing? And if you need any refreshers on any of those items, please tell me. I have written a list out.
I'd be happy to talk about them. I wrote down, I think I got 4 out of the 5. Let me go down the list here.
Okay.
In regards to asbestos, I'm not sure what the rules are in New York as far as a homeowner removing any asbestos on their property. Is it mandated that you have to do a survey before any
No,
demolition work is
it's-
done?
no, it is not. If the homeowner does the work themselves, that's the thing I sent you, Dave, about.
Right,
um,
and I
New York
want to
State. Yes.
affirm that.
If the homeowner does it themselves, they don't have to do a survey. If they hire it out, if they hire the work out, then they have to.
And can we
Okay.
clarify the work? Are you speaking about the removal or the demolition?
Um,
The removal of the asbestos,
Okay.
if there is any.
Mhm.
Okay, and then item number 2, demolition and control of dust and debris. My brother, Bill Pinenberg, who lives in Hartwick, there's a contractor who works in the Cooperstown area. And he's going to be helping me dismantle the house. And I would like, because the house is actually in close proximity to Cleo's house, I wasn't looking to go in there with any kind of big machine to pull down the structure. It's going to basically be taken down board by board, starting in the back of the house with a 1-floor garage and kitchen. And then after that's done, then take the middle part of the house down. After that demolition is done, and basically he would fill up a dumpster. I would be coming up on weekends to help him. That after that is done, there's a foundation wall that'll have to be taken down, and there's also a cement floor. So a jackhammer would have to be used for that. I would probably get a small excavator to help move around, clean up the cement floor after the debris, after the floor is broken up, and any of the stone walls that need to be redone. There's actually a stone wall that's the foundation wall that's on Cleo's side, that because the house is going to be built in, I think, 18 inches, that wall may even be able to stay there and would form a new wall on the inside of that. That would be to be determined. So that's kind of like how I would handle the demolition control, dust and debris. If it's a windy day out and wind was happening to go towards the neighbor's house, I mean, we wouldn't be taking anything down that would cause any harm to the neighbor's house. So that's pretty much how I'm looking to handle that. Item number 3, I don't have anything written down for that. Do you?
It was the use of heavy equipment. So I think you kind of addressed that, and the methodology.
Okay, yeah, just a small excavator, and at no time would the excavator be on anybody's property but my own. I don't need to go on any neighbor's property. There's a little 9-foot right away, so to speak, to the right of the existing garage, where I can get a small excavator back around to the back of the house and come at it from that side, the back side of the house, without having to interfere with anything on a neighbor's property. Number 4, what insurance in place? I have homeowners insurance for the house right now. I'm not sure exactly what other insurance I would need if I'm doing the work myself, my brother and mine. I mean, I'll make sure my brother has his own insurance. He's the sole prop, but like I said, right now, the house, I have insurance on it. So unless I'm not familiar, do I need any other insurance to do the work myself on that property? And then number 5, start date. That's kind of up in the air right now. We have to do through the historical board and then the zoning board. I know this is going to take a while. This is not something I'm looking to get done in 4 months. It's going to probably take better part of a year before it's finished. ideally speaking, if I get all the approvals to be able to build this, like the plans that Teresa has shown, I'd like to take the building down, the parts of it that look to demolish and rebuild sometime this summer, have a foundation done, say October, and start framing it out. Have the shell up before the cold winter months, and then work on the inside, December, January, February, March, so that by April of next year, so basically 12 months from now, that I'm hoping that the house will be livable, and therefore my wife and I can be able to use it starting hopefully in May of next year. And
Okay.
then last question, she mentioned on weekends. I was definitely planning on doing some work on Saturdays. We wouldn't start before 8 o'clock. If they're, so I wouldn't want to interfere with, and I don't know what the noise curfew is in Cooperstown. So if I don't have to start till 8, that's not a problem. I don't know about Sundays or not. I was hoping to work a little bit on Sundays, but if that's not allowed in Cooperstown, then, obviously we wouldn't work on a Sunday. So hopefully I covered everything.
Okay, thank you. And are you able to address Dr. Leffler's question, which I addressed slightly, where I said that I had not seen any property owners proceed with demolition until their plans for development were approved. Can you address what your strategy would be with that?
Well, yeah, because the zoning meeting's coming up in less than a month, I don't see any reason why I should start, quote, if I get approval from the historic board, to start dismantling the house until I have full zoning approval. All right, right now, the inside of the middle and back of the house has been gutted. If anybody wanted to see how poorly constructed that is, they can, but I'm going to leave it as is right now. No more work's going to be done on the house until I get full approvals from both your board and the zoning board of appeals to move forward. So Dr. Leffler can be assured that, nothing more will happen until I get all full approvals.
Thank you. Teresa, is there anything to add?
No, I think they've covered everything.
Okay, okay. All right. All right. Cleo has clearly recused herself from the conversation regarding her role as HPARB members. So I will survey other HPARB members to see if anybody has any questions before we have a vote on the public hearing for the partial demolition of this residence. Jesse, do you have any questions?
I don't think so.
Okay, Pat, do you have any questions?
Not yet.
Okay. Dave Strogatz, do you have any questions?
I do not.
Okay. Would anybody like to make a motion regarding the partial demolition of the Fair Street property? Is anybody ready to make a motion?
No, I'm not ready.
All right. Would board members prefer to move on to the discussion and plans for replacement or table this conversation?
Now, in terms of, I have a question, Liz. Do we use the same criteria for certificate of appropriateness to approve a demolition, or do we use something different in terms of that motion?
Jesse, I ran in the door from work and don't have my law in front of me. Jackson, is it the same criteria, or do we just have an up and down vote regarding approval of demolition?
Demolition can be an up or down vote and does not have to abide by specific criteria or regulation within village code.
Okay, I move that we approve the demolition.
Thank you.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Pat. Okay, as you vote, please say your name for Marcia. Liz votes yes.
Pat, yes.
Jesse, sorry. Jesse, yes.
David, yes.
All right, thank you. Since we're on 76 Fair, let's move into the discussion about the plans for replacement. Is Teresa going to do a presentation regarding these plans? I would assume, since you're in the meeting, Teresa, or does David plan to do that presentation? Dave.
I'm happy to let Dave do it.
Oh, I don't, Teresa, I don't have my plans in front of me. Actually,
Oh,
I
I
have a lot
think-
going on
I
right
think,
now with,
yeah, here we are. Jackson's
Okay.
got them. That's the second floor. We'll start with the first floor. All right, that's the first floor. So it's still a one-car garage. The stairs there would be going up to an apartment on the second floor. Currently, there's an apartment where it says master bedroom, and then where the bathroom there is, there's an apartment in that northeast corner currently. So we're retaining one rental unit, but it's going to be completely just above the garage. So much more separate from the Pinenberg's living space. So they're going to be turning that space. So they have a master bedroom on the first floor. And then the other section of the front, the blue is what's existing now. And you can see the porch there. Fair Street is off to the right of the drawing. So none of that's changing. So the part that would be demolished and rebuilt is all in green. So they're going to have a big open living space, kitchen, dining, living area, and then sort of, the support spaces, laundry, mudroom between that and the garage. And then a deck, a 3-season porch at the back, which is actually further to the west than what is currently there now. So that's basically new space that doesn't currently exist. This is all one story here in the middle. The only new 2-story space would be above the garage. So if you want to go to the second floor, Jackson. So you can see here, they would be adding a new bathroom for those bedrooms that are upstairs and closet space. Those bedrooms currently have a ceiling height of 6'4". And there is not a bathroom up there now, not a functioning bathroom. So we'd be adding that with a little dormer over that part. And then the part between that and the second floor above the garage is just a shed roof that pitches toward the south. And then above the garage, you can see the 1-bedroom apartment there. So this is the view from, I think it's 74, Dr. Leifer. So their new entry would be right in the middle there. Yep, door number 3. And then there are dormer windows above the garage for the new apartment. And then off to the right would be the 3-season porch. So again, everything in green is what's existing. Those windows that are labeled number 2 are casements that have a check rail made to look like a double hung. So they're going to look more or less like they do now, except they'll actually meet egress, barely egress codes, because those are both bedrooms upstairs. And then that would be the view from Cleo's house. High windows there, numbers 11 and 12, which is would be their living area. So they're not looking right into Cleo's house, or nor she into theirs. And then again, dormers for the apartment upstairs. And then windows 9, 8, and 10 would be in their kitchen area. And then to the left is that 3-season porch with a step down. And then the front and back elevations. On the right is the front. Green is existing, not changing windows, not changing any of those doors. They do want to remove those chimneys because they are not functional. They end just inside the inside those bedrooms. There's like bookcases under them, so they're not functioning. Dave wants to replace the roofing anyway, so it makes sense to take them down. And then that would be the backyard view. So they want to have a walkout basement because the property really does pitch quite a bit downhill to the west. So there's a small deck opening off the garage and the 3-season porch there. And then the windows above the garage are the egress windows for that bedroom. And then those little tiny windows, 13 and 14, are the windows in their new second floor bathroom for the existing second floor bedrooms. And then if you go up on the drawing there, you can see the idea of what the doors could look like, and then the garage door and the building materials. So smart side, smooth finish, lap siding. There's currently aluminum siding on the existing house. Dave wants to take that off. The window trim is still wood, so he'd like to keep that as well as the windows. If it's rotted, he'll replace it, but he said it's in pretty good condition. On the shed roofs, we would just do like an EPDM black. The windows are all designated there on the window and door schedule. The deck, just a composite. It's a fairly small deck out on the back. I think that's about it. Anything else, Dave?
No, I think you covered it pretty well.
Okay.
Teresa, I'm sorry, the deck in the back is going to be what kind of materials?
Well, like a composite, like a Trex
Okay.
system. So the deck as well as the railing.
Okay. And is the back enclosed? It's 3-season?
Well, the
over garage?
3-season, the 3-season porch literally is a 3-season porch. Yeah, there you see it. So it has sliders.
Okay. Okay.
And I don't know if you need to go to the plan, Jackson, but there's a door that opens out right onto the deck from there, as well as from the garage onto the deck. Yep. So the idea with those stairs at the top right of the drawing there is that the tenant could just go in without being heard by the Pinenbergs when they're in the house. So it really does sequester them very nicely, I think. And the parking spaces, they would have their parking space up at the top of the drawing there, the tenant, and then the Pinenbergs would have the garage as well as the space right behind the garage. And it's on the site plan, which I don't know if you added to this set, Jackson, because I didn't change that drawing, but it shows it on there that the 2 outdoor parking spaces are not within the front yard setback.
Right. I didn't add that sheet to this set.
Okay.
Do either you, Jackson, or Teresa, or David have current images of the sides of the house that face the homeowners on either side at this point? We've seen the street view images. Do either of you
Yeah,
have?
I did include some other, I think I included some other. Well, it was a while ago. It was like last month, Jackson. I don't know if you still have those. Some other photographs of the existing.
I do. I pretty much submit the application, the latest application received. I'm sorry to say.
No, it's okay.
Okay.
I know that there are. Yeah, I can't dig through my email right now. I'm sorry.
Okay, sorry about that. I didn't think to just now. If I know that the neighbors, at least one of the neighbors had asked to speak during the public presentation, which is the chair's discretion. If either neighbor would like to make very brief comments regarding concerns, I will open the floor, but please keep them as brief as possible.
If I can just read the 3-sentence email that I sent earlier today.
Okay, go right ahead.
Okay. I reside full-time at 74 Fair Street, and I'm writing to express my concerns regarding the proposed new construction at 76. The new construction includes a 2-story structure added to the back of the original house. The height of this structure would significantly limit the amount of afternoon, early evening sunlight for at least 2 of my upstairs bedrooms, as well as an upstairs hallway and the upstairs master bathroom. In addition, the large window area proposed would compromise my privacy and would force me to have my shades drawn at night to allow my bedroom/hallway to be appropriately dark for sleeping. I already have very constrained natural light on the other side of my house from the adjacent house, and would like to preserve the existing lighting/sunlight for my house. So that encapsulates probably the concerns that I have.
Cleo, were you going to speak as well?
You can tell me, is there another opportunity to bring up specific concerns, or is this the appropriate time?
I would think this is the appropriate time. I'm not sure
Okay.
whether there will be another opportunity or not.
Okay, I'd like to then, I'll try to be concise. I think my concerns have to do with the size and the extent of the addition to the backyard area, into the backyard area, which, if I read the plans correctly, is about 20 feet or more from the existing wall of the house now. That's one concern. The roof configuration is a much more of a concern in a real practical sense. I'm not getting into aesthetics here, but if you refer back to the elevation from the rear of the house that shows the back, with the new plans, all of the west-facing roof of the original section and 1/2 of the new story roof, plus 45 feet of 1-story shed-style roof. So it's probably about 45 by 30. All of that is going to be draining toward our house, which is slightly downhill. Already the foundation on the north side of our house has had to be replaced. A waterproof barrier and some drainage was put in, but it clearly is going to be severely taxed by this amount of water from the new roof structures that'll be draining into this very limited space. So that's, I think, a valid, structural concern for us. I'm curious about the walkout basement and what kind of excavation and contouring is going to be done and how that aligns with the elevation at the current property line, whether that's going to be handled in a way that works.
Can you repeat that, Cleo? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm wondering about how the excavation and contouring, if you look at this back elevation, you'll notice that they are going to have a walkout basement. So that area is going to be significantly lower than at present, I would think, even though it is 20 feet further into the backyard area, at least 20 feet further. But, there's a line drawn here that goes up to their property. I'm sort of curious about how that affects the lay of the land when it crosses into our property. I just don't see that in any of the plans. There's that. The number of windows and locations in relation to our property, both adjacent properties, it's definitely a reduction in both our view shed and our privacy. And I did send Jackson a couple of images that are my attempt to make it realistic, because I do know the statement was that we're going to get more air and, you know, what's it will increase the openness of the residences on either side, allowing more light. I don't really think so. This is the current view you were sort of interested in. And then I did a composite image, which gives some idea of how the new structure would actually, I mean, this is the view from our deck at present. Here, what I've done is I did a 3D modeling of the addition that is pretty close to scale. So this overlay in a semi-transparent layer of the new structure over the existing structure, and if you flip back and forth, that gives you an idea that, in my view, we're definitely not gaining openness and airiness from this. And in a similar fashion, if you look at the view from our backyard to what is there now and what is proposed, I contend that there's equally. This is a contact sheet of images of other houses up and down Fair Street. I was particularly interested in the north and south elevations to give some indication of how window treatments or fenestrations, whatever you want to call it, affect the neighboring properties. In all of these cases, there's significantly more room between the houses, but I would also suggest that in all these cases, the numbers of windows that are overlooking neighbors' yards are significantly fewer, smaller, whatever. So although there are some more the clear story windows, which I think is a great idea in the one portion of the area that's going to be torn down and rebuilt, I'd be hard pressed to see how our privacy is not going to be significantly impacted by these changes. One example, which is sort of silly, is I have a picture of the current view from our upstairs bathroom, which is our only full bath. And the way things are laid out now, we have a roof coming down. So we're looking out at a roof. There are no windows looking into our bathroom. That will definitely not be the case with this addition. So I guess to sum it up, it is a total change of our view and our privacy, and the height and scale are both really of concern to me. I guess, you know, we could apply for a 20-foot extension to try to mitigate some of it, but that really, we built within the footprint. We put a gable to give us cross ventilation and light toward the back of the house, which has really worked very well. We've preserved the character of the house and made it much more livable in the process. And then on the plans, I have one just minor question. What is the concrete pad that is 7 feet by 2'11"? It is indicated on the first floor plan that comes right up to the property line. I just have no idea what it is. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Teresa and Dave, would you like to work together to address any of the comments or concerns, or do you have any feedback related to them? If not, I'll let the board members ask you questions. The concrete pad specifically.
Teresa, you can probably answer most of those questions, I would think.
Yeah, the concrete pad, Dave is going to put the condensers for his air conditioning in that location.
Great.
And then as far as the windows, I mean, you know, we really did try to preserve people's privacy. In the apartment, the windows are fairly high up, so I don't see that people are going to be looking, you know, and there's a thing called shades, window shades for privacy at night. If you live in the village, you know, most people have shades. As far as the 3-season porch, I mean, they want to enjoy the property too. They want to be able to see outside, you know, from the inside. So it kind of, I feel like it goes both ways.
Thank you. Any other comments before board members ask questions?
I just would like to make a comment. Dr. Leffler's house, if you look at Cleo's pictures, from the back of her back porch or just next to it, you can actually see the rear of his property. That particular house sticks way out the back, and it's a very tall house and it's a very deep house. And even with the 23 feet increased space that we're pushing back the house, both the kitchen roughly 9 feet and the porch 14 feet, it still doesn't, even if you went to the back of the porch, it's still not as far back as our neighbor's house at 74 Fair Street. So I know Cleo's house doesn't go back that far. We're basically, the only direction we can go is back and up a little bit. And I purposely wanted to put this apartment above the garage to try to be as least intrusive to Cleo's house and her property as we could. And everything that I wouldn't say everything, but everything we did with pushing the house back, if you notice at the porch is actually, I think, 7 feet, maybe even 8 feet from the property line. So yes, it does go back farther than the house goes now, but it's not as close to her property line as the existing house is right now. And I've tried to not have any windows right where her kitchen area is, where she would be looking out. And that's why even last week I had Teresa remove one of the windows in the kitchen. So just those 3 windows that you see on Cleo's side in the kitchen area will just look out over her garage area and Frog Hollow. You'd have to look backwards towards her porch. So and then her other question about the pitch of the roof, I'm assuming you're going to have some kind of drain system that's going to take all that water on that shed roof from the middle section, the middle and the rear of the house. You're going to have leader drain that's going to take that water to the rear of the property. So I don't see that affecting any moisture between the 2 houses accumulating. The front of the house, 1840 section, I don't know what is there now, footing drains or gutters. All I can say is with the new construction, all that water's coming off that shed roof will be diverted to the rear of the house and the rear of the property.
Thank you. Jesse, do you have any questions?
I'm sorry. Liz, can I say one more thing? I was just
Sure.
looking at my note from what Cleo said about the basement door and exactly where that's located. I have not shot grades of that property, but if there's a problem with either the pitch of how that has to meet at the property line, we could always move that door. It doesn't need to be centered underneath the 3-season porch. It could move to the left if that is somehow an issue. So,
Okay. Thank you.
sorry.
It's okay. No worries. Okay, Jesse, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I don't think I have any questions, no.
Thank you, Jesse. Pat, do you have any questions?
Yes, since I can't actually see behind the mainframe roof, what is the nature of what's there now? That massive dormer that comes off the ridge of the 1840 part of the house strikes me as way too big for the elevation that I would see from south or north.
Yeah,
Is that accurate?
What's there now is a gable that intersects at a 90-degree angle the north-south front gable of the original part, and it's at the same height. So it's a 2-story space back there now.
Mhm.
And then at the very westernmost part of the existing, it's a 1-story shed that pitches down to the west. I'm sorry that we don't have the photos from the previous submission.
if it already, so you're just changing the pitch of the roof? On the dormer?
No, there's a two-story gabled portion directly behind the original 1840 section.
That goes out how far?
Is that 23 feet?
Wow.
I don't remember offhand. It's on the ZBA submission.
Okay.
So
And it has-
basically that's, go ahead. I'm sorry, go ahead, Pat.
And it has the same width as the dormer section? 'Cause
Well,
the-
it's full width,
Mhm.
but it's a different configuration. What we're proposing is a shed roof, a shed dormer that goes back about 6.5 feet
Wow.
to accommodate the bathroom and the closets.
Yeah, right now, those 2 bedrooms have no closets. So basically, just, trying to not have anybody who's sleeping in those bedrooms have to walk downstairs in the middle of the night, to use facilities. So I figure if we're gonna do this construction, it would only make sense to put a bathroom upstairs there. Just make the, function up a little bit better.
What is in the current addition to the 1840 house?
Well, besides those 2 small bedrooms, there is a 3rd bedroom that's over the middle part of the house. So none of those 3 bedrooms had a bathroom up there. So basically the 3rd bedroom, the one that's in the back, will go away. And in that place will be this 6-7 feet bump out that's gonna have
There you go.
a bathroom and
Okay, thank you.
2 closets.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's an addition that definitely overpowers the existing building. But
I agree with that. I would try to, whatever I could do to live within the existing addition, and its roof line, because the planned addition looks like it's simply a dormer that goes all the way to the ground. It's almost as wide as the building itself, and its mass is just it's more intense than I would like to live next to. That's it.
Any other thoughts or comments, Pat?
Nope, that's.
Dave, do you have any questions?
Well, I don't know when the work was done on 74 Fair Street, but I think it was about 15 years ago.
Okay.
But if you took pictures before and after,
Uh,
they increased,
Dave,
they not
I'm
only,
sorry. Hello?
increased the
Dave?
square footage of that, but that house is probably 50% bigger than it was. And it's amazing that you're telling me now that I want to do some slight renovation work, that even the footprint that Teresa and I are proposing is going to be smaller than what was there if you include the woodshed and the greenhouse. So the overall footprint, even with that porch back there, is going to be smaller. So I'm trying to blend in with the neighborhood, but there's this big house next to me that was done 12 to 15 years ago. I'm not sure exactly when. My parents were alive. I used to visit them up on weekends. So the historical board approved that not that long ago.
It may have been before the Historic Preservation Board was in place. I know it hasn't been in the last 10 years. And I was asking that Dave Strogatz, do you have any questions?
I was just wondering if there's any comment about the concerns regarding the light and reduction in light in 74 due to the construction, due to the replacement. It's my impression that if that is that a consequence of adding the apartment on top of the garage.
Yes, it is.
And as someone who has had that experience with my own house, a neighbor bought that when the house changed hands, the house went out to a 2nd story beyond its original footprint. They kind of picked up a porch that wasn't really part of the original footprint. And they went up, and I have an office, and I am in my first floor. I am on that side of the house. I'm on the south side, and for 6 weeks in the winter, there is no sun in my first story as a result of it. And I am quite a bit farther away, maybe not quite, probably about the same distance as this. So yeah, the second, that I think it's a legitimate argument. It is actually in our planning law that we should consider light rights. So, and it's partly there because I spoke up about that happening to me. It almost certainly happened to the people at 72 Fair when Vicky Demarest's house changed hands. I think that house at 74 was done. I think they began the work before I moved here, which is to say before 1998. I think that it was already in progress in 1998. So the HPARB probably did not approve that project because the HPARB didn't exist yet.
I think it was planning board, actually,
Yeah.
when I was on the planning board. So it had to have been after 2002.
So, okay. I remember it changing hands and starting to change then, but
It was Dr. Short. I remember the owner. Also, Jesse, it's a little different situation here because that is a garage on the first floor of Dr. Lafer's house. So I think he was concerned about the impact to his second story.
he may be, but it's nevertheless a problem. It is something to consider.
It would also impact the light coming into my dining room.
Okay, Dr. Lafer and Cleo, once the board goes into discussion, we've given you a chance to comment. Once the board goes into discussion.
I apologize.
Okay, so you can mute yourself. Thank you. There are a lot of concerns about the massing and scale of the proposed addition. I understand, Dave, you're making the argument that it has a less of a footprint than the current structure, including the woodshed and the greenhouse, which are basically outbuildings. But really, square footage wise, the square footage increases pretty dramatically, especially because of that second floor addition over the garage and over the rear section of the building. And that seems to also be impacting light and the massing. It makes a difference in the massing and scale. And I think that's an overall concern when we think about how the structure is compatible with the buildings around it, and with the buildings around it in terms of thinking about buildings that have not been significantly altered, like the house to the north of it. It's hard to compare it to that because that has had significant altercations pre-Historic Preservation Board. And as I remind people, one of the reasons for the constitution of this board was to prevent construction that really was not compatible in terms of massing and scale with the neighborhood. So that is a concern. I think Jesse and Pat have voiced it a lot more articulately than I have. I'm not sure if, Teresa, you can address the fenestration and how much more fenestration there is in the proposed plans than there is in the current property, and how because the addition adds fenestration as well, but I don't know if you have any comments on that.
Well, I think if you didn't have the 3-season porch, there's probably less fenestration than what currently exists. So, but I don't, as far as square footage of windows, I don't know what the existing is.
Okay. And with the rear section, was there any discussion of keeping it a single family house instead of adding an apartment, and how that massing and scale would be more modest in the rear section?
Well, let me address that,
Yep.
Liz. I actually inherited a tenant. So when we bought the house, I was informed by the previous homeowner that he had set it up as a two-family house. So they did not pass the proper approvals from the town. He just went ahead and did it anyways. So this person who's living there now works at the Hall of Fame, a single person. And so he kind of has been able to take care of the property. But regardless of that, my wife and I wanted to take this house, which was the worst looking house on Fair Street, and more than anything else, just make an improvement to make it so when somebody drives by, it won't look like an eyesore. My original intention, and I'm talking with Teresa, is to put a master bedroom right above the kitchen. Okay. And basically Teresa talked me out of it and said, you know what, that's going to interfere with the neighbor. It's going to be too overpowering with Cleo's property, because on that side of the property, we only have roughly anywhere from like 12 to 36 inches between that side of the house and Cleo's property. And to put a second floor, bedroom up there, there is one there now, but there's no windows on that side. So to basically put a bedroom there that had proper height on it and some windows, that's right where her porch is. And I thought it'd be overpowering. That's why we decided to put the bedroom above the garage. And my wife mentioned that we're better off putting a master bedroom downstairs, because if this is going to be our retirement home, that we really are going to want something on the first floor that's going to work for us. So we kind of, even though this tenant was living on the first floor, we said, you know what, leave it. If you want to have a tenant, we'll put the bedroom off to the side and we'll have basically the house to ourselves. Okay. And, if our daughter comes up to stay with us, she could live in that apartment, that bedroom up there. So whether that's an apartment or not, if that's the sticking point, we would still like to have a bedroom upstairs. Either a tenant would use it or we would enjoy it. But if we're going to take down a bedroom, that third bedroom upstairs, then I would think we should be allowed to put another bedroom, quote, upstairs. So whether it's above the garage or where it is now, I just don't want the historical board to say, hey, it's going to be too overpowering, it's not going to look good, but yet I'm not even increasing the number of bedrooms from what's there right now. So that's how I'm looking at it.
The board is concerned about the appearance, not the interior function. And I think that the strong consensus of the board is that the addition is pretty overwhelming to the historic section of the house, to what you are replacing. I understand your argument is the footprint is smaller, but between the height and the general massing of the proposed addition, it's much greater. And that's the concern. Does anybody feel that this application is complete, or would folks like to see what happens with the ZBA before we deem the application complete, in case any other changes are made reflective of the ZBA's judgments?
I'd like to do that, Liz.
Okay, Pat.
I agree.
Okay, thank you, Jesse. Okay, so we are going to deem that this application is not complete. We will see how the ZBA makes their decision, and if there are any thoughts regarding the concerns expressed by board members regarding the massing and scale of the proposed addition, and revisit this in May then.
Liz, may I ask Dave a
Yes.
quick question?
Sure.
Dave, are you guys planning on keeping the railing on the front porch?
Yes, sir. I want to keep it just the way it is. The
Good,
railing
good,
and the
Good.
green shutter.
In the drawings, it's not there.
Oh, I'm sorry. Didn't notice that.
I'm glad you're keeping them. That's great.
Yep.
Okay, so we have approved the demolition of the rear section beyond the 1840s section. But we would like to see if there are any changes based on the ZBA decisions and this conversation, and we'll revisit it in May. Okay. And let's move on to the next item on the agenda, and I'm switching my screen. Sorry, I don't have a paper agenda in front of me right now. Jackson, what's the next item on the agenda?
13 Susquehanna,
Great, thank you very much.
application for residential fence.
Okay.
Can we officially make a note in the minutes to move Cleo back around to the other side of
Sure.
the table?
So Cleo is returning to the board as an alternate for now that we've finished the discussion on the Fair Street property.
Jackson, did you skip 15 Hill Street?
Oh, gosh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
You are correct.
you.
It is 15 Hill. Thank you so much, Dave.
Okay,
Sorry.
great.
Sorry, 13 Susquehanna.
Okay,
15 Hill it is.
thank you. Okay, who's here regarding 13 Susquehanna?
Nope, 15 Hill, sorry.
Oh, sorry, 15 Hill, sorry. Been a long day. Okay, 15 Hill Street. Who's here to talk about 15 Hill Street? Is the property owner here, or the representative?
Liet,
Excuse me, can I jump in here, please? I'm at 13 Susquehanna. I've been more than patient. If Hill is not here, I would like to have my case presented.
We will, just let us make sure they're not here. Just give us a
Okay,
second, please.
thank you.
We'll move on. Jackson, are you sure? Nobody's here for 13, for 15
is
Hill
correct.
Street?
there's
Okay,
not a representative here for Hill Street.
we'll move on to 13 Susquehanna.
Thank you.
Would you like to tell us about your project and state your name for Marcia, please?
My name's Lawrence Petraglia at 13 Susquehanna. I'm requesting approval for putting a 6-foot wood fence on my side of the property, closest to my neighbor, for privacy purposes. And that's why I'm here.
Okay, so what are the materials?
I believe Jackson has
I'll go ahead.
examples.
I'm going to share screen now.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you. And tell us about the materials you're proposing.
It's wood. That's it right there.
So it's pine
Yes,
with the heart cutouts.
correct.
And the length of fence, please?
It's 6 foot high. I believe it's 12 foot in length. And it goes perpendicular to my neighbor's garage, which is approximately 4 feet from my property.
And Jackson, does this need approvals from anybody else or letters from the neighbor?
We do have a letter of approval from the neighbor on this, and I don't believe we need any other approvals.
Jesse, do you have any questions?
Nope.
Pat, do you have any questions?
Nope,
David Strogatz, do you have any questions?
No questions.
Cleo, do you have any questions? Okay. All right, Jackson, and has the home, it's Lewis, correct? Your name?
Larry,
Lewis? Larry, I apologize. Larry, the good side of the fence facing toward the neighbor, you're clear on that?
yes.
The finished side facing the neighbor? Okay. Would anybody like to make a motion regarding the proposed fence at 13 Susquehanna?
I will if I can just move that we accept the plan as drawn.
Would we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Any discussion?
No.
Okay, and Cleo, you may vote in this because we don't have Dave Sanford on tonight. So Liz votes yes.
Jesse, yes.
Pat, yes.
David, yes.
You're muted, Cleo.
Cleo, yes.
Thank you, Larry, for your patience.
All right, thank you very much. Have a
Have a
good
good
evening.
night.
All right,
You as
bye-bye.
well.
Okay. Jackson, again, the next item on the agenda, since I'm trying to juggle 8 screens here.
Yeah, it's going to be 58 Susquehanna,
Okay.
Sorry, let's.
which is we're having the public hearing for the demolition of the garage and
Right, and then review of the proposed plans. Okay, so nobody else has joined the meeting regarding the demolition of the garage, correct?
correct.
Okay. Mike, I don't think you're in Cooperstown.
Can you guys see me? No, I'm in Florida. It's
Adding
85
insult
here.
to injury.
Pretty nice,
Um,
pretty nice here.
Yeah, I'd guess so. Okay, so first we're gonna talk about the demolition of the garage. If any board members have any questions for you regarding that.
Okay.
And Jesse, did you have any questions?
Nope.
Pat, did you have any questions?
No, I don't.
Okay. David Strogatz, do you have any questions?
No, no questions.
Okay, Cleo, do you have any questions?
I don't.
Okay. All right. And is anybody willing to make a motion regarding the proposed demolition of the garage at 58 Susquehanna?
I propose that we allow the garage to be demolished at 58 Susquehanna.
Okay. Would
A
anyone
second.
like- Pat or David? Seconded. Okay, any discussion? Okay. Liz votes yes.
Pat, yes.
Jesse, yes.
David, yes.
Leo,
Cleo,
yes.
you- Thank you. All right. Okay, now I guess let's move on to the discussion of your plans for the property, Michael, and
Just real
Jackson.
quick though, so the demo of the garage and the fact that I want to move it back and rebuild it, you guys got the windows and the doors and all that, everything I want to do, that's solid or?
Well, why don't you tell us about it? Jackson's gonna put your application up and you can tell us what you'd like to do.
Yeah, I mean, so we're gonna demo it, we're gonna move it back. I think about 20 feet, that there's a, there should be a, you guys should have the survey, basically. I had my father-in-law, Kevin Reardon, do it. It meets all setbacks, et cetera. Not the house that's, are we talking about the garage or the house?
The garage.
Okay, so, yeah, so we're just gonna move it back. I wanna go to a 9-foot instead of an 8-foot. That's the only difference. There's gonna be a door in the front, a window in the front, 2/2, just like the house.
Mike, can I stop you when you say 9 foot as opposed to 8 foot? Can you clarify?
Well, yeah, so right now it had 8-foot studs to the
Okay.
roof line. I'd like to go to 9-foot just to gain a little, it's a small space, so I feel like it will just make it feel bigger. That'll be the only difference.
And the footprint
Footprint's
is,
exactly the same. It's 20 by 20. Exact same building, just a foot higher on the studs on the wall.
Except that this isn't a garage that we're looking at. We're looking at some sort of living space. It
Well,
looks
yeah,
like.
that's the point. I want to turn it into a living space, not a garage. I want to put an apartment in there.
So it's not exactly the same. Okay.
It's
Just
the
making-
same,
just-
it's the
just
same
making-
building, just a different use. We need housing in Cooperstown. The garage doesn't do anything for anybody in that particular application. So it's just a renovated garage, basically. And moving it back like I want to do, like I showed you in the plans, makes more sense for parking, for space, etc. There's plenty of room back there on the property.
So are you planning on moving this building or demolishing this building that we're talking about? Is this a new building? This is a new building replicating an old building.
I'm gonna demolish the old garage and I'm gonna put it back exactly the same, 20 feet back.
You're
But-
building a new building that looks the same way? Is that what you're
Exactly.
saying?
Yep,
Okay, that's not the same thing. Okay. Just double checking to be sure that we're not talking about moving a building.
no. I went through that, but the building's kind of, there's a lot of rot in there and
Yep.
I wanted to move it, but it just didn't make sense.
Okay.
So the materials you plan to use for the siding, the
We're gonna do
windows, the doors?
We're gonna do clapboard. You should have a door and window schedule in front of you, I think.
Mhm.
Marvin integrity windows. The doors are, they're trying to make it look good, trying to make it fit in. Same siding, same trim, same roof line, everything's the same. I
When you
think
say the same, it's a clapboard siding, correct? Can we
that
specify
it is
what it is?
I think it might be shadow board. I'll do either one. I'm not, if you guys have a preference, I don't care.
Just clarify what you're planning to do and we're
mean,
not gonna,
I would rather do clapboard just to make it simple for me, but I mean, as long as you guys are okay with that.
You talking painted pine, Mike, or what kind of
I
material?
would probably do similar to what I did with Spurbex, like it's a pre-finished kind of thing.
Cement board,
Yeah,
vinyl?
it's not what, but it's not wood. It's on Spurbex. It's something else.
right.
Right, it's not wood. Right, but it
So, I
looks
mean,
like
that's why
wood.
we're asking for detail on what materials.
Yeah,
you're planning
it's
to use.
KWP siding is what I used on Spurbex. I would rather use that, but like I said, if you guys prefer hemlock clapboard, then I'll use that pre-prime.
Let me just ask really quickly, the materials on the house, is that an asbestos siding? Do I remember that correctly?
On the main house, it is asbestos, yes, but on the garage, it's not. On the garage, I don't think it's shiplap. It's either I don't know. I'm not the best with it. It's shadow board, I think. It's like, it's a different thing on the garage than on the house.
Is it
The
a
house is
novelty?
asbestos shingle.
Okay, Jesse, did you say novelty?
I think it's novelty, but I wouldn't hold me to it. But I'm pretty sure that's what's on it, just given the date. People call it different stuff.
It's got the little gap above and then the little gap. It's not clapper, definitely.
Right, it's a novelty.
It's milled to so it's got a
It's got the
joint.
yeah, exactly. There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Little hook
Dutch
there.
lap code.
Out west they call it drop siding.
Dutch. Okay, I love it. I'm learning stuff. Dutch lap. But yeah, I'll put that back. It doesn't matter to me what the siding is, honestly. It's all relevant.
Well, it's new construction.
I mean, clapper is easy. I would just do 5-inch reveal, kind of, and I like the material that I did on Spurbex because it's going to last for a long time. It looks good. It looks like wood. It's just, it makes sense for modern, everybody's worried about throwing stuff away. And
Jackson, can you put the picture up again? I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mike. Can you put the proposed image up of the proposed building? Okay, Mike, talk to me about the treatment at ground level. Is the siding gonna go right down to the ground?
we're gonna do an Alaskan slab with heat in the floor. And then we're gonna go right up off of that. So yeah, it's gonna be right
So
up off, same as it is now, just right up off the ground, absolutely. No, no concrete will be showing or anything.
Okay.
I
Dave,
think
did you have
I think what he's showing you is the back though, because I think that's the kitchen window, which is gonna be a little higher. Oh, no, there's the back, okay. It might not be perfectly to scale. But the front's gonna be a door, like you see, and then a nice two window. It's 60, I think I did 60 by 36. You have the window schedule. I don't have it in front of me. I apologize. This window's not gonna open. That's just for light. So it's
When you
basically
say
where the
this-
garage
when you
door
say-
was.
When you say this window, the front window is not going to open? Okay,
No, the front window will, certainly, the top window,
okay.
because that's gonna be up in the air, like nobody's gonna be able to get near that. That's
Okay.
just the light. But I did I tried to keep it like, the whole house is 2/2. So I tried to keep it the same, you know, I try to keep.
So is that top window a 2/2 because it looks like it just has one?
No, the top window is just because it's not a big window, I just did a 2-pane. I mean, I guess I could do, but it doesn't open, so it's not gonna be like that window's just gonna be there. So it's a 2-pane, not 2/2, clearly, but keeping with the theme of the main house.
Are there two panes side by side like that on the main house?
The main house is all 2/2 windows.
Right, that's why I'm asking why the.
I mean, I could do I just, because it's gonna be a very small window, it's not a big window, so like to do 2/2, and it doesn't even open, I mean,
I understand, but a four section a division into 4 sections might give it a little more continuity with the rest of the structure.
Maybe, I don't know.
Dave?
I don't know, that's.
Could you duplicate that window that's on the side?
Say again?
Could you duplicate that window that's on the side of the building, which appears to be about the same size? And if it were 2/2, double hung, then you at least could ventilate the attic space.
Well, I mean, there's nobody, like, the problem is, like, when you get into a situation, like, the interior of this place is gonna be just, it's a studio apartment, so in order to get to that window, you're gonna need a ladder. Like, nobody's ever gonna open that. It's not a window that's ever gonna be used as a ventilation thing. But, I mean, if you guys prefer a 2/2, I can certainly talk to Bruce Halls and change it. I mean, that's simple enough.
I think aesthetically it would look better.
I think
it would go with the place.
I think it's gonna look strange though when you're way up there and it's not that big of a window, and you're gonna be like, what? Why is that thing up there? But that's okay. Whatever. I'm okay with that.
You might change
the
it in
exact- I
the
mean,
drawing.
If the reveal on your clapboards is at all accurate, it's the same size as the window that's in the first story on the right-hand side of the door.
Yeah, it's pretty close to the same size for sure.
Right, so why would it look strange?
Well, I don't know. So I'll make it a 2/2 if that's what you guys want. That's great.
Mike, what's going
I
on
think
with
you'll like the results.
Mike, what's going on with the
Go ahead,
left side of the building as you look at the front? Because we don't have any images of that.
So the left is going to be just siding. That's it. It's only 5 feet away from the structure. I kind of don't see any reason to put a window on that side. Just for like, I can beef it up with insulation. It's going to make it more, you're not going to get anything out of that side. So, I mean, it's only 5 feet away from the ground. Point in putting a window in there. I'd rather just do super heavy insulation, make it super, efficient. If you open the window, you're just going to be looking at like a garage. You're not going to, the side of another building.
So it's close to the neighbor's garage?
If you see I think you should have in front of you, you should have the plot of the.
That was from a different application, Mike.
I submitted that.
You didn't submit that with this application. Sorry.
That was in the last application, right, though?
Yep.
It definitely went in, so sorry, I didn't know I had to resubmit it. But
well, this is a complete application for a particular meeting. I can't compile people's applications for them,
No worries, but yeah, so it's basically like, it's gonna be right up against another building, so that's just gonna be a dead wall, no windows.
So
May I ask where north is?
there's a 10-foot side yard on the unless you get a variance.
It's 5 foot.
Not an accessory structure.
Is it? I had to meet 10. Okay, never mind.
So could we join in here? Can we make a comment by any chance? We're the neighbors. That's the structure. And we thought it was just for the demolition of the garage. So we weren't kind of prepared for comments because we have no objection to the garage being taken down, demolished. But in looking at the structure, it is going to be right up against 5 feet from our barn that's in our backyard.
At least 10 feet of it. Yeah.
Right.
10
If it were the same spot, we would have no objection. But moving it back a little bit, we're just worried about the access to the, to the barn. We have absolutely no objection to what he's doing. It's just moving it back, which then
It's not, if you look at it's not gonna be past the barn that you have.
right. It won't. It'll be halfway.
Well, we're 10 feet back from the existing garage. We're 10 feet back starts our barn.
This is why we need kind of a site plan submitted with the application, so we
I submitted a
understand.
site plan last month.
Right, but we did not have a
I didn't know I had to
drawing and
do
an
it again.
application for the structure. And
The site plan was submitted though. You have it like last month I did it. Like I didn't know I needed to do it again. Give it to you again. You have it on file. It shows exactly, I had a surveyor come and do it. Like it shows exactly where the building's gonna go.
Hey, Mike, what email address did you send it from?
maswatling4@gmail. Or I think I brought it down to the office. Kevin Yurden did the survey. He went down there, everything's mapped out exactly. It does not go past the neighbor's barn at all. It's exactly parallel to the neighbor's barn. They will not see this building.
it's not about seeing it, you're worried about access, is that what you were saying?
There's no
Jackson?
access issues. Their access is on their property, not mine.
Right.
Well, if it goes 20 feet back, Mike, it's going to start to go behind our barn.
It doesn't go behind your barn.
It doesn't?
If you look at the map, what I proposed, it does not, it's parallel with your barn exactly, almost exactly. You will not see that building past your barn.
Okay.
And we would have access, say we needed to. I mean, what is the distance between the parallel?
Your barn is right on my property line right now. You don't even have 5 feet right now.
Okay.
So you'd have to go on my property to get to the back of your barn.
Okay.
We
All right.
Right, because there wasn't this board 100 ago.
Right.
So you're in good shape. I'm not trying to encroach. Like that's exactly why I did what I did. I didn't want to go past I don't want to. I'm trying to do things to make everybody happy. That's what I'm doing.
Right.
Jackson,
Just want to build a barn and let somebody rent it.
Jackson, in terms of approvals, does this need ZBA or planning approval still?
I don't think they do because I'm within the
I was
zone.
asking Jackson, I'm sorry, Mike.
So do you see, you can see there, right? Perfectly parallel.
He's moving it out of the setback, and I do believe for an accessory structure in R3, it is a 5-foot setback.
And I don't go past your thing at all. It's completely parallel with it.
If this is considered an accessory structure, and then it is a 5-foot setback.
An apartment would be an accessory structure? I'm just asking the question. I don't know.
It's secondary to the principal use of the property. So I don't. Maybe there's weed to get into there with the language.
Yeah, I guess
I'm definitely not trying to get in anybody's way. I just trying to make the best use of the property for me and for everybody.
Okay. Okay, Jesse, do you have other questions?
Well, this came up last time, and there was a question about ZBA. I think that you may have to go to ZBA just because of the parking space question. I'm not sure. Isn't that
Yeah.
right?
I thought that was a question too regarding the number of different apartments within the main structure, and then this adds another set of beds. Correct, Jackson? So has that been addressed?
That has not been addressed.
It's the same, it's already established as a 4-unit with the same number of bedrooms. So I don't know how that comes into play. I'm not adding anything.
I think because it's new, because it's you have to meet code for your construction work. So I think you have to go, I think it has to be reviewed for that.
Because
I think you have to go through the review process for the entire project. Isn't that
Okay,
correct,
so
Jackson?
there's plenty of parking there, I promise. So I'm not worried about that. But if we can get through this thing with like a asterisk for ZBA parking, then that seems like the smart thing to do. So
With
I
the
don't know.
contingent upon the approval of the zoning advisory
Absolutely.
board for the parking
Absolutely.
plan.
I'm not worried about parking in one bit. I have plenty.
Pat Yankee, do you have any questions?
No, I don't.
Dave Strobets, do you have any questions?
No, I don't.
Cleo, do you have any questions?
No, I don't.
Okay. Jesse, I didn't mean to cut you off. Did you have other questions?
Nope.
Okay.
We are just talking about this garage and the apartment that's being
Correct.
put in it, correct? So no,
Correct.
I have no further
Yeah.
questions at this point.
Correct. Would anybody like to make a motion regarding the proposed structure garage replacement dwelling, where to replace the garage that's to be demolished?
To see. 3AB. And importance. Okay, I make a motion to approve a certificate of appropriateness for construction of a studio apartment unit, freestanding apartment unit on the property at 58 Susquehanna, based on 2A, 2B, 2C, 3A, 3B. That seems like enough, doesn't it?
You
Or
want to
should
do
we be
5
adding
as
more to
well?
this? Should I add
No,
more
it
to
sounds
this?
good. It sounds
Okay.
good, but 5 as well is an option. I don't know.
Oh yeah,
Accessibility
5, energy
and
efficiency.
energy efficiency. Okay.
Yep. Sounds
Okay.
good.
Do we want to add,
Actually, let's do 3E. Sorry, go ahead.
Want to make a contingent upon
ZBA.
ZBA approvals related to parking?
Yep.
And with the submission of the new second story window to be 4 divided lights?
Yes, that would be good. Yeah.
Both front and back?
Full pack, a completed package with everything in one place would be ideal. Sort of piecemealing from various previous submissions isn't really the way this should work.
So when you submit the the window design for the second story windows and the map, so Jackson doesn't have to pull it out of the other application. The
Yep.
application will be
You want,
complete and
you want the
Jackson-
survey plan and also the material for your siding.
You guys saw the survey just now. You had it up on the screen.
It needs.
Yeah, but you have
to
to
be
submit
part
it
of
as
the
a complete
application.
application for
It's a,
HBAR.
it's a complete pack. You're supposed to have it all in one place. We're not supposed to be hunting around between different submissions. You only paid $25 for this. You know, we don't really need to be jumping through a gazillion hoops at that price.
So
Okay.
please, the siding, the windows for the second story.
Alaska
Contingent
slab.
upon,
Do you want, like, all right,
so really, we need the details of the construction, the slab, the siding, the windows on the second story.
okay.
The site plan with this package and
So,
contingent
approve-
upon the
contingent upon-
approval of the parking plan with ZBA for the entire property,
Contingent upon parking down Bay.
Yeah, for the entire
Basically.
property.
All right.
for the entire
sweet.
property.
Excellent. All right, thank you.
Okay, so that's the motion. Marcia, do you have any questions before we ask for a second?
Or Marcia.
I'll defer to the video later. Okay.
Thank God we're being recorded.
Thank God.
Okay, would anybody on HPARP like to second?
I'll
I'd like to
second.
second the motion.
Okay, so Pat and Dave, dueling seconds again. Marcia, take your pick. Any discussion? Okay, Liz votes yes.
Jesse, yes.
Pat, yes.
Leo, yes.
David, yes.
Thank you. Okay, let's quickly move on to the plans at this point regarding the structure. Have you made any changes in the plans since the last meeting?
You guys are very concerned about the front door. I've made amends to not do anything to the front of the house. So we're not gonna change anything on the front.
Thank you.
I would still like to get rid of the side doors and change it with windows. That's it. Everything else is gonna stay the same. So.
And
that's-
did you
that's-
submit a
that's like-
revised, Jackson, do you have a revised plan that you can share?
You're mute. We can't hear you, Jackson.
No revised plan was submitted for the house.
I didn't put a plan in, I mean, you guys wanted the front to stay the same, that was like the big thing last time we spoke. So I changed the whole interior around for that. You love that front door and the whole thing. The side door, the porch wasn't contributing, it's already gone. I don't want to replace it, I don't think I should have to since it's not contributing. And then
The
the other-
structure is contributing, so the porch was significant to it.
But it's not on the list though. It's not on the, it's not on it. It's not on the paperwork.
The building's on the list and the porch.
But
had
not
its
the porch though.
original features.
Not on there.
Mike, don't get hung up on that in this meeting.
Okay.
We just have to say that for clarification. Just because something isn't called out doesn't mean it's not part of what contributes to it. Anyway, so since we don't have how does this change from your original plan on the sides then, Mike, since we're
It
trying to
doesn't.
visualize
The
this?
sides don't change. My front plan changed because you guys
Uh-huh.
were very concerned about the front door. I want to save the front door. I want to save everything on the front.
Thank you. So the porch and the front door remain the same, correct?
Everything remains the same on the front.
And the windows remain the same.
Windows are the same. We already got approvals to replace the windows, but they're
Right.
Marvins. They're 2x2s. They're gonna look exactly the same. And then that little weird side door that's on the south side is over here on the south. That's the north because it's backwards. That one. And you can't even see, she didn't even draw that door in there, but there's a door over there. And that one I'd
Where
love
is the
to.
door?
It's like right next to that window.
Which
If you-
window?
Where his pointer is,
The front
there's a
window?
door. Yeah, there's
Oh,
a
the
door.
middle
right-
window.
There's a strange door right there. Well, he's pointing at, yeah.
Well, that door went to the porch that got taken off.
No, 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 you're backwards. This is backwards. It's mirrored.
Right, that's
Oh,
why we need
wait.
accurate drawings, Michael. This is very confusing.
These drawings don't reflect what
There
you're
you go.
talking
There's the
about.
door. There's that door. There's a weird door that goes on the neighbor's driveway. So I'd like to get rid of that door. That's it. There's a window right next to it. We're gonna keep that window. That whole side is gonna look exactly the same besides that door. And then on the north side, there's a door that went through the porch that we would like to get rid of. There's a door that goes from that porch, and then we're gonna replace that with a window, same exact size as the rest of the windows. You have the schedule, and that'll be it. That'll be done. And it'll be a nice little square house. The front's gonna look exactly the same. We're not gonna change it at all. And that's it. 2 small changes.
You need drawings though that reflect that. Right now, the drawings don't reflect that. The drawings reflect something quite different. We can't pass a motion for drawings that don't reflect what you're actually describing. That has 2 doors on the front.
So
I
you're
told
not,
you I wanted to get, I'm not gonna change the front though. What do
We
you
need drawings that show that. We don't need.
So
we
you have
can't-
a picture, you have a picture of the front of the house. Do
okay,
you not?
Jesse, the front's not going to change. What we need an accurate drawing of is the side and how you plan
Right.
to replace that window, and with that door. And so those are, do you plan to cover the door you're removing on the side where the chimney is with clapboards or asphalt siding to match?
Matching, exactly, yeah.
And then
We can't
Is-
verbally do that?
we need to be able to see how that window will be placed. It's going to be placed right where the door is on the other side?
Yeah.
On
Should
the,
be right where the door is, not that door, wrong door, other
right,
side.
the other side, where the
That door's
porch
gonna
was.
disappear and that's gonna become siding, that door. If you look at the one he's pointing at, like where his little pointer is, that door is gonna go away.
I'm not asking you about that. I'm asking about the other door where the porch was.
Okay.
Is there a window above it, and is it?
There's
a
no
line?
window, it's just a door. So we're gonna take, you see the upstairs? See where that window is?
Mhm.
See the upstairs?
The middle window, Michael?
And then upstairs, the middle window.
That's what I was saying.
We're
Is there
gonna put a
middle-
window, we're gonna put a window directly below that. That takes the place of that door, which is directly below that. That's
So
it.
to match the size of the other
Exactly.
windows and directly
Match it
below it.
exactly. It's gonna
But-
look like it always looked. Because they added that porch later on.
Hey, Mike, I think before this can be approved, it needs to have just a simple drawing, but that just only expresses what you're trying to accomplish. You know, Tony's going to ask me to, County Codes is going to ask me to pass this on to them, and I can't just pass on a narrative on video. I got to be able to pass them on a drawing. Can you put
Alright,
something together for us?
All right, so listen, I'll draw up that side. That's fine. I'll come back next month. We can keep working.
Well, I am willing, Michael, to, if everybody on the board, after we have questions, if there are any other questions, understands what you're trying to do, to ask if people are comfortable voting, but your permit will not be issued until drawings are submitted to Jackson that accurately reflect what has been discussed here.
All right, that's fine. I can do that.
I'm not saying that's going to happen. I want to see if there are other questions. Jesse, do you have other questions?
I don't think so. No.
Pat, okay.
No.
Pat, do you have questions?
Not right now.
Okay, Dave,
I'd
do
like
you
to
have
see,
questions?
I still like to see real drawings.
Yeah, I'd
Yeah, okay.
like to
So-
see what I'm agreeing to.
Okay, okay. If people would like to wait until the application is complete, we can do that. And my question is about what's happening with the back. Is there a door on the back then, Michael, that exists
Well,
now?
the back of the house you're talking about?
Yes.
We're not changing the back at all.
Is there a door on the back that exists now?
There is a door on the back, yes. Yeah,
Okay.
there's a covered porch on the back.
Okay,
We're
so
not,
that-
we're not, the only thing I'm trying to change, I'm not gonna change the front because you guys didn't want me to do that. The sides the sides, the only thing I want to change after speaking with you guys last month, the only thing is just those two side doors just don't make sense for me. I want to get rid of them, put some windows in. That's it. Everything else in the building is going to stay exactly the same.
Okay. Okay, well, if board members are more comfortable waiting until we have accurate drawings, please get us accurate drawings of each side of the house and how the changes will be reflected. You're going to remove the chimney, remove the door, remove the window on the other
Probably not
side.
gonna remove the chimney right away. Like, I mean, I don't need it, but it's just, I'll probably just leave it for now. I mean, you know.
I'm sorry, I thought you said at the last meeting that you planned to remove it, that's why.
Well, I
So
mean,
please-
if that's an issue, like, I'll just leave it there. It doesn't.
It's not an issue, we just need an accurate drawing
Okay,
of
all right.
how things will look when you make the changes you're proposing.
I get it. All right, no worries.
So, please.
So if we can
thank you
get
for-
get some sort of, if, you know, based on this, just like we did with the garage, you guys get the ZBA thing for the parking, we're good.
Right.
And then if I get you drawings that make sense, right?
Right, but right now, there are two board members saying they do not plan to vote without accurate drawings, so we're not gonna put it up for a vote at this meeting. And we will vote on it when we have accurate drawings.
Okay. Sounds good.
Okay?
All right, so I'll get those to you and we'll see you in a month.
Thank you very much. All right.
Thank you, Mike.
Thanks for coming to Florida. It's nice over here.
Well, and thank you for maintaining the front of the structure. We really appreciate that.
All right, take care.
Okay, 57 Elm Street.
Oh,
I'm here.
Hi, thank you for your patience. Would you like to tell us about your project?
I actually work for the company that's putting the windows in the house. Just to give you a little bit of history, our window has already been in your office and it's been approved. We've done windows at 49 Elm Street. We've done windows at 60 Elm Street. This house is at 57 Elm Street. The window has been previously approved more than once. And everything's the same. There's nothing any different.
Well, we have not approved those windows with real kind of enthusiasm. And some of the structures they've been approved on, the windows that they've replaced have been replacement windows, and the structures have had replacement siding. So there are not.
Are you talking at 49 Elm Street and at 60 Elm Street, the windows that we did?
I'm going through my mental Rolodex and trying to remember those properties specifically, but we review the property kind of in a vacuum. So we're talking about 57 Elm Street specifically, not other structures that the windows have been approved.
Yeah, because the 49 was only about a year ago. I had the window
Yeah, I
in
understand that.
your
but
office.
We're not talking about other structures that the windows have been approved on.
Okay.
The integrity of this structure in terms of its clapboards and fenestration is significant. And Jesse, I don't know if you have any questions or would like to speak to that.
well, the first question I have is the application suggests it's only 2 openings and then, but the application doesn't provide a drawing showing what windows are proposed to be replaced. Okay. Everything? Every last window?
No,
Yeah, which windows?
the one in the hall and one in the bedroom is all I've got for information.
Well,
So we don't know what the hall is and the bedroom is
right
from the outside. That's not clear to us. So do you
and
know?
the
which
application's
windows-
unclear.
Well, Barbara was Barbara supposed to be at this meeting or no? See,
don't know.
she was at a state when I sold her these windows. I haven't even been to that house. All I know is one is in the hall, one is in the bedroom. And I believe
Since
there,
you've done work in Cooperstown before, did you let her know that there are window guidelines and they require pre-approval from the Historic Preservation Board? before
yeah,
you
she
sold her
knew
the
that.
windows?
She knew that. And that's why my general manager has worked closely with Jackson for a while now, giving him information about the windows and all that stuff.
But there was not an application until this meeting, so the windows were purchased before the meeting.
The window is purchased with it in mind that they have to be approved.
So she could change
So
the contract without approval.
she could. It's unusual, but yeah, she could. Because we've done windows for, both of her neighbors, so she probably didn't see any issues, but she did say that, it had to have board approval. And we've been over that process. I've been to Cooperstown. I've had the window in your office and left it for you. And it's all been approved over the last couple of years. It was probably a year or so ago. I had the window in your office and actually left it there. Now I can't hear you all of a sudden.
I understand, but we're looking specifically at this property. I'm not asking about the window.
I
We're-
got you.
We're looking at it in the context of this property, and we're not clear on which windows are being replaced from the
Yep.
outside. The windows being replaced, there's a change in materials, which is a concern for this board. It would be helpful if Mrs. Lasher were here to speak with us
Right.
about the specifics of it. In the meantime, does anybody else have any questions or concerns that they'd like to state? Jesse, were you done?
I think you've covered it. I mean, which windows would be helpful to know, and
She has plans to do other windows. This was a start.
Well, that's why we asked that the applicant, the homeowner, the property owner be present, as well as the contractor's representative.
Right,
So we have
right.
clarification on the questions.
Okay.
Pat, did you have any questions before we?
No, not really.
Okay, Dave Strogatz, any questions?
Nothing more.
Okay, Cleo, any questions?
No.
Okay, really, without understanding which windows are specifically being replaced and with the desire to speak to the homeowner about the dramatic change in materials and the justification, I do not anticipate anybody's willing to make a motion because this application is not complete. So I think we need to put it to the May meeting unless anybody on the board would like to speak otherwise. Okay.
So is this something where you guys will get a hold of Barbara and have her give you that information?
Well, the application isn't complete and you should work with Barbara to make sure that the application is updated so it's clear which windows are being proposed for replacement. If there's a larger replacement planned, it would be helpful to understand that. So as the person representing Barbara at the meeting, if you could communicate that to her before the next meeting, because until we have a complete application, we really can't move forward with a decision.
So what do I need from her? Like a picture of the house where the windows are going to be changed, basically?
Both images that show which windows are slated for replacement
Right.
Sooner and later, because that's part of our decision-making process. We don't want to do 2, 3, 2. We'd like to understand that in the next 2 or 3 years, X number of windows and specific windows might be replaced, since the permit goes for a certain length of time, and it helps us to understand if it's part of a bigger project. And then we would also like to discuss the window guidelines with her that are available on the village's website that talk about changes in materials versus from the materials that are being replaced, and the prospects for restoration or other measures instead of replacing windows, since her windows have some historic integrity.
Right. The big problem with her windows is they don't perform. I mean, the old single pane windows, obviously, they're freezing cold,
I understand that, but we could speak with the homeowner about storm windows and other options as well. So that's why we asked that the homeowner be present at the meeting, not just the sales representative.
Yes. Was she invited to the meeting? To this
Yes, she
meeting?
was.
Oh, okay.
Yes, she was.
Okay.
Thank
so,
you.
So the May meeting, if we have an updated application a week before the May meeting with more information, and if Barbara could join us at that meeting, it would be very helpful.
Hey, I'm not, that meeting is gonna be in person in Cooperstown?
We're not sure yet.
Oh,
That's
because I
the-
think, I'm not sure if she's even, I think she's out of state. I'm not for sure. I don't know her, per se.
I understand. We're not sure whether we're going to be in person or online until the governor's order does or does not get extended.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
Yep. Yep.
Okay, moving on to 42 Beaver Street. Thank you
Hello.
for your patience.
No, thank you.
Okay,
I'm Ethan Talbot. My wife is Kate, and my little kiddo is Kitty. We bought our house last year, and we have 2 young kids. Teddy's 2, Amelia's 1, and we're trying to make our backyard more accessible and safer for our kids. So we're hoping to do 3 things. One is to put a deck on the back of our kitchen that goes essentially on the same existing outline as an existing concrete patio. As part of that, we'd like to take out the existing bay window in the kitchen and convert that to a sliding glass door so we can have access to the deck, and then also fence in our backyard. So this is the general outline of the deck. It's currently there's a 12 by 26 concrete patio there. The deck is going to be, we're asking for 13 by 26 just to allow an extra foot for the concrete piers, so they don't affect the existing patio. And it's on the back of our house. This is looking at it from the backyard. The house would be basically deep to this drawing. On the right is an existing garage. So the neighbors would not, the neighbor on that side wouldn't be able to see the deck. This is the side view showing the staircase coming down to the backyard. This is the top-down view showing us behind the house. I apologize, I didn't include our garage. There is a garage on the right side of where the deck would be, so it's pretty much encased on those sides. This is our existing back view of the house. You can kind of make out the concrete patio there with the grill on it. That's the bay window that we're hoping to convert into the sliding glass door. And I think one of the next drawings shows the basic outline of the deck and door. Yeah, so those are basically the 5 piers that would come down for the deck. The slider would essentially replace the bay window. This is the side view, just showing, you can see the foundation of the back of the garage there. And that's the existing concrete patio that the deck would roughly be on top of. This is the proposed material. It's a Trex composite decking for the deck. And then the next picture shows the aluminum black railing. We would, of course, include a gate on our steps because of our 2 kids.
and then the fencing plan?
Believe Jackson, I think you should have pictures of that also. So this is the fence we'd like, aluminum black metal fencing, fairly similar to the railing, except it has the top spears that are covered.
And that's 4 feet?
Yes, yep, it's 4 feet. And this is the rough outline, essentially within our backyard of where the fence would go.
Okay, great.
And then just obviously to keep our 2 little kids contained, there would be a gate just on the side of the house, at the back of the house, but on the side of the house, to have access to the backyard from the front yard.
Wonderful. Is that everything you'd like to show us?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Jesse, do you have any questions?
I don't think so.
Pat, do you have any questions?
No, I think it's a nice change.
Thank you.
David Strogatz,
No, no questions.
Cleo.
No questions.
Okay. Thank you for the very helpful drawings and images. Really helps us understand what you're trying to do. Would anybody like to make a motion?
Liz, I'm gonna have to make a motion to leave early if I may, because I'm sort of stuck.
You may, because I
Between
don't
two-
think Cleo needs to recuse yourself from anything else. Okay, so I think we should be good.
Thank you, Cleo.
Thank you very much for being here, Pat.
Oh, I'm delighted to be able to get in.
Me too. Okay, now would anybody like to make a motion?
My cheat sheet's on the screen and I can't seem to
No, we all have
minimize
computer
the
problems
screen I've got,
tonight.
which is driving me
Okay.
crazy. I can't
So-
figure out. Oh, there we go. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm getting practice, I guess.
You are.
I make a move to accept the issue a certificate of appropriateness for the project proposed at 42 Beaver. Is that right?
Yes.
42 Beaver. It is acceptable under we're kind of right on the edge with historic character at the moment, aren't we?
Yeah.
I guess let's do 2C, new construction. And I think it's fine on this on 3B.
And I think you're good unless you feel you need.
Yeah,
to
I
know a
think
lot
I
more.
think that pretty much covers us.
Okay.
I just
Any-
can't seem to get these in my head.
No,
so.
I understand. They're hard to keep track of. Do we have a second?
I second.
Thank you. And Cleo, please vote now that Pat's excused himself. Liz votes yes.
Jesse, yes.
Leo, yes.
David, yes.
Thank you all. Thank you for your patience. Ethan,
Thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
have a good night.
You too.
Okay, I think 8 Main Street is next, Jackson, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, Peggy, are you still there? You can unmute yourself.
Hi, Peggy.
Hello,
How are
Peggy
you?
Folsom here.
Hi,
Sorry, can you
Peggy.
hear me?
We can. So
Okay.
you're coming for a renewal for the, now since the board has changed, I remember this application, but if you want to very quickly summarize, you don't have to go into great length unless people have questions, but summarize the plan.
Right. You guys have had a long night. Our project is the same as it was when we had approval for this permit back in 2017. And we're just finishing off some things that we didn't do at the time. The windows will be as required, materials, et cetera, that Susan Snell and Jane Gentile helped us organize. So everything's good. Thank you.
Great. Okay, so no changes, just an extension because of delays. Does anybody want to make a motion to approve the request for an extension for the permit?
So
And the
moved.
registry? Thank you, David. Would anybody like to second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Jesse. Any discussion? Liz votes yes.
Jesse, yes.
Leo, yes.
David, yes.
Thank you for your patience, Peggy. Good luck getting it done.
Thank you very much. You guys enjoy the rest of your evening. I hope it doesn't go on too long. Bye.
Bye-bye. Everybody gets their say tonight. Don't worry. Almost. Okay. And Jackson, because I'm trying to get my agenda to come back up. 38 Wall Street. Mr. Parr, would you like to talk to us, please?
I would love to talk to you. Thank you. Okay. There we go. I was just hitting the buttons to get on. Yeah, I have so I'm coming back for the project on that house that I originally learned a lot about last fall. And there's two phases to this. Basically, I want to put a new addition onto the back of the existing structure, and then also do some changes to the existing structure, right? Or I shouldn't say big changes, but it needs a lot of work, okay? Would it be appropriate to start with the existing structure?
Sure.
Okay. So there's just a quick, yeah, that's the new addition, Jackson. Yeah, okay, right there. Back up a little, Jackson. There you go, perfect. So that's just a cover page basically I wrote out of the 7 items that kind of need to be addressed. The first is there's a detached garage that is right on the property line with a neighbor. It's listing heavily towards the neighbor's side. It's in terrible shape and it needs to come down. There's all the sills are rotted out, the concrete is heaved up, cracked. It was never built very well in the first place. It was used all reclaimed material. You can see the different pieces that were pulled from barns and whatnot to build it in the first place. So that's the first thing. I would like to just remove that with no plans of replacing it.
Okay, that's going to require a demolition permit, correct, Jackson?
That's correct.
So we can set a hearing for the next meeting because we need to do a public notice for a demolition permit.
Okay.
So does somebody want to make a motion to set a hearing for a public hearing at the next meeting?
Yes, I'll make a
Thank you,
motion.
Jesse. Would
Make a
somebody like
motion.
to second?
Second,
Great, thank you, David. Do we need a vote on that? Yes, why don't we? Can't remember at this point. Liz votes yes.
David,
Jesse,
yes.
Jesse,
Robert's
yes.
rules out the window. Let's just wing this, right?
Yeah, well, we're beginning to feel a little fried here.
It's been a long day.
Right,
Sorry,
yeah.
sorry. It's been a long day. Okay. And then, so that's out of the way. We need more detail on the other things on your list. So why don't we see what kind of, talk to us about what you're specifically
Okay.
thinking of with the other
So
items.
number 2, the windows, they're the original windows in the structure. They about 80% of them actually work. You can basically even open them up. They need to be totally restored or replaced. I'm leaning towards replacing them with a more modern window, such as those Marvin Elevates. And part of that's just seeing how the whole house is generally being modernized and rebuilt. So it kind of makes sense in my mind that, why not update the windows at the same time?
Are you you've read our window guidelines and that we prefer.
Well, I couldn't find the guidelines. Jackson did tell me they're on your website. I, for some reason, was unable to even find those.
Okay. Okay. Let's keep going down the list in terms of other things. Move on to the siding and trim replacement.
Okay, so there's various there's a lot of rot on the house. Let's put it in a nutshell. And there's rotten trim, there's rotten sections of siding. I cannot just draw you a picture and highlight where those are, because when you start doing that, it just kind of morphs and it's hard to know exactly where it is, and coming back every month because I find some more doesn't seem like a very good approach. If something does need to be replaced because it is rotten and that's legitimate, yeah, that's so, but it's not an attempt to trick you and saying we're going to rip all the siding off because it's all rotten.
So where you're replacing it with wood shingles and wood trim.
That would be correct.
So replacement in kind, it's not going to be a new material or
No,
a new profile or anything, correct?
No, the idea would be to match it so you wouldn't be able to tell except for it's newly painted.
Okay. So it's not a wholesale replacement of material with a different material. So when it's replacement in kind, Keith, you actually don't need our approval.
Okay.
If you are coming to repair, it's kind of more of a repair to wood trim by replacing it in kind, or replacing wood shingles in areas where they're rotted with wood shingles, and repainting. That is under our radar. So if
Oh,
you're
okay.
doing
Good.
like materials and replacement in kind,
All right.
that does not need approval.
All right, nice.
Um,
I like
so-
staying under your radar.
but our radar is very good, so don't try to.
No, I'm being legit. Like the one thing I might be a little crazy, but I will never lie to you. If you ask me a question, I will answer it honestly.
I appreciate that.
But
Thank you. Okay, now the
so
foundation replacement and raising. What's the
okay,
proposal
so
for
the
that?
entire foundation of this house needs to be replaced. It's the cinder block from 1931, and these foundations put both of Tom Swatling's kids through college, so they all basically fail. And you know, that's what he told. That's what I had him look at it last year. That's what he told me. We laughed, you know, but part of it is there's a huge water problem. Yeah, there's a lot of water problem in this section right there. And at the moment, I didn't run the sub pump all winter because it was not heated. I didn't see the reason to do so. And there's 16 inches of standing water in that basement right now.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so kind of what I'm thinking, and I shot the grade for hitting the waistline into the storm drain, and you know I'm too low right now, so I was thinking because my foundation is actually not above grade as much as both the neighbors. I just kind of eyeball those; they're approximately a couple feet above grade. That if I actually raise the structure up, say another foot, I would probably fill another foot of that basement in and see if I can get a totally passive drain system going around the perimeter. When I dig it up, I can put in a perimeter drain. I'm really hoping I can get a passive system to keep it dry because it makes more sense than running electricity and running pumps. So that would be the reason to raise it.
Okay, so raising the foundation approximately how much?
Approximately 12 inches.
And improving the drainage with the replacement of the foundation? Exterior drainage?
Well, yeah,
or just the grade?
Yeah, because I'm going to have to dig the whole thing up anyway. Basically, it's going to be a brand new foundation. And at that time, you can put in a perimeter drain right at the footer. Right. And it's going to be a close one. But if I can raise that house up, I'm going to raise up the floor inside the house, the basement floor, and kind of try to alleviate some of this water issue passively if I can.
Basically try and get higher up in the water table.
Yeah, we're just trying to get higher up. And I look at the houses on either side of me on the same side of the road. Their foundations are higher than mine. So I don't think it would not look right. You know, if you went too high, it would definitely not look appropriate. But I think going up like another foot, I don't think it would look out of character at all for the surrounding structures that I'm trying to match.
Are you going to be replacing the current foundation with a new block foundation?
No, I don't plan on it. We'd like to poured concrete. So I want to do this well so somebody else doesn't have this headache in 70 years or 80 years, whatever it is. So we're going for a poured concrete foundation. Okay. More than likely would use the like those insulated concrete forms like Fox blocks. So it's insulated at the same time. And then on the exterior to cover up that, because that white styrofoam is very unsightly, to parge it basically. So it looked like a masonry finish on the outside.
So right now it appears as the cinder blocks, and it would just appear parged instead, like a flat surface.
The current foundation was parged over, so it would look the same.
Thanks.
Yeah, it would definitely look the same. It was added to on the outside to try to stabilize it several inches, and that just doesn't work. So it would look very similar, except for it'd be taller. Definitely would be taller.
So a foot taller is what you're proposing.
You could alleviate some of that by bringing some soil in on top. It would actually cover some of the white as well. And the
Yeah, I
house-
would do that. Yes. I would bank it up to the house more and pitch, everything away. So I really don't think it would look out of character with any of the other structures. And I don't want to look out of character with the other structures, how they are. So
Yeah.
that's the
I think it-
intent.
And I get the drainage issues. My
That's
concerns.
terrible.
Welcome to Cooperstown.
Yep, yep.
Okay. Tell us about what you're hoping to do with the front steps.
Okay, so the front steps, two things there. One, in order so the whole house really just needs to be jacked up and on piers to do this project, okay? And the front steps, with how that entrance is in the front, it jogs out, and those front steps there, you can't dig that out. And it's going to be just very difficult to do that. And then raising up the house, if you raise another foot, front steps really aren't going to work right either. So take the front steps out, raise the house, new foundation. We're all happy. Put the front steps back. Basically, it would be a rebuild of the front steps, conserving the best we can is bluestone. Okay, big piece of bluestone. Reuse that material. Just make a new, basically, framework out of concrete and whatnot. Put that back together.
So maintaining the appearance is the goal.
Yeah, well, yeah, I think so, because I don't think you would not let me do that. That would not be under the
Good
radar.
job.
That would not be under the radar. So yeah, so put it back basically the same look, the same dimensions, and just save that material, because the material is in fairly good shape, actually, the bluestone and whatnot. And the railing, it's the original
I
railing.
say, yeah, that wrought iron railing, I'd like to see that stay if you could.
Yeah, so that's definitely savable. You just put it back, but
And the steps are part of the character of that house too.
Yeah.
Yeah, the whole entry treatment. Remind me where the chimney is on that house, because I didn't go by it again today.
Okay, I'm sorry. It's right. It's in the front to the right of the door.
And it's
That chimney is that chimney
Yeah.
is a character defining feature.
Yeah,
I mean, that's part of the way that those little houses were all designed that way. And the
cottage
door will
style.
look very funny without it next to it.
Well, I looked in the Sears catalog from when they sold, because that's a Sears house that came on the train, and most of their pictures they don't show a chimney in their sales pictures anyway. But
Well, I could certainly come up with a bunch of little bungalow drawings that do show that. That's sort of the idea there is a little ingle neck as you come in the front door, and there would be a little hearth, there would be a fireplace, sort of an open space. But that chimney is absolutely standard for that house design.
it looks nice.
I would like to see. I mean, the chimney doesn't need to be functional. I mean, you don't need to have a hearth on the inside if you don't want, but I'd like to see the chimney stay.
Well, Jesse, the reason the chimney, I would.
There's the chimney right there.
Thank Jackson's the man. All right, the chimney there is the biggest reason. Well, there's two really: to excavate around there, to do the foundation again. It makes one thing a little more challenging. Okay.
I know.
So it's in the way inside. It's hard for me. I can't adequately describe it unless you went in the basement and with your rubber boots on right now, you could see it. But so that
I have a pair with 16-inch shanks.
Yeah. So yeah, they're right at the top of my boots. So anyway, so the foundation part, okay, it makes it more challenging. I'm not gonna say it's not impossible, because it is, but it just adds more to the plate. And the roof line behind the chimney was never constructed properly, so there's like a dead spot back there where the water pools up.
Right.
And there's surprisingly, besides the sills, there's only two spots where there's really significant rot in this house. It's right behind that chimney on the right hand side. It's on the left hand side of the cute little entryway. Those are the two spots, and the roof, yep, the left, thank you,
It's
Jackson.
because of the valley. It's because of the
In
valleys.
that valley, and then there's a dead valley. It like ponds up behind that chimney. So really, I would have to build that roof out to change that, because that it's just not acceptable. Because if there was insulation in that wall, that whole wall would totally be smoked. And right now, I do have to replace, I don't know, a 3, 4, 5 foot section of that, which is, it's doable. But the chimney just traps that water, and then it also does need some repairs.
Yeah,
Right.
I know the chimney's is not in great shape at the moment. But just as I said, I'd be sorry, and it is kind
It
of,
will dramatically change.
it is
the
a character
appearance.
defining feature of the house.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
I do agree. I'm trying to honor the spirit of this is a contributing house, and we want to fix it. And it's not a big house, and there's just the cost and effort to
I know.
do it are great. And if we can minimize those and still preserve the house, I'm like, hey, let's do that.
Okay. In terms of the other items on your list, I'm just having you go down the list and then we'll kind of think
right.
about the list and the questions folks
Okay,
have.
so one more. There's so to put an addition on the house, when we do those plans, you'll see it, but it just required putting another door on the driveway side of the rear of the house. Just put an access door in, which you would not be able to see unless you were behind the house.
And that's as you're looking at the house, I think your original plan was to put an addition on the back on
Yeah,
the
there
kind
you
of
go.
right
Thank you,
half of the
Jackson.
house. Right. Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
So it'd be, I think in one of the drawings you can see that door. Yeah, okay, right there. Thank you, Jackson. Yep, right there. So the driveway comes up the side of the house by the cursor, and that door is not there right now.
Mhm.
But that's where I would like to put that.
And the
And-
garage is behind the house?
Yeah, the
that what
garage
we're
is on the
doing?
other side of the driveway, slightly behind the house. I'm sorry, I did not draw it in the picture. It's not in any of those pictures, Jackson.
So Keith,
You've already
you're
disappeared it.
You're
Yeah.
basically coming to us for feedback at this point because we don't have details on materials, et cetera, correct?
Well, I do have some. I left it a little loose in a sense because there's a lot of availability issues right now, and with different things. And like, I quite frankly, are we talking about the new addition, or are we still on to the existing?
Go ahead and tell us about the new addition. I'm sorry, I
Okay.
didn't mean to cut you off with that.
No, that's fine. So the new addition is just basically it's a rectangle, 30 feet wide by 40 feet long. So it goes back 40 feet. We have plenty of room for setbacks and whatnot. Marvin, the elevate windows, I like those. They're all gonna be the same size. The doors I put down, I think it was decorative steel entry doors with like some kind of, a window or light. But there would be a newer door. Siding, I wanted to take the siding. We looked at it first doing cedar shake shingles on the whole thing, but it looks kind of goofy. So to delineate the existing house or distinguish the existing house from the new part, wanted to do a different siding material. That's why I came up with a vertical siding because I thought it looked kind of nice. You can still see the original house quite well. And then the other one, you can see it well, but they do complement one another.
Like a board and batten?
Yeah, like a board and batten look. And I really like this stuff, this product I found. It's a vinyl, so don't get me, but it's really nice. It's a board and batten vinyl siding. I thought it was quite nice, and it's a high-end product. It's not like that cheap junky looking stuff, but I didn't put that down because I kind of figured we might have enough issues to deal with tonight.
I guess since you've mentioned it, it's a paintable vinyl, so it would almost have like a cottagey look to it.
It does have a texture. It's already pre-colored, so you don't have to paint it. There's no painting. It's I'm looking at the maintenance and how it looks, and I've always been a wood person, quite frankly, and my house is all wood, and I'm getting tired of painting things and rot. And some of these products I'm seeing seem a lot better today than 20 years ago.
So, because we don't have real specs on this, even before we kind of weighed in on that siding, I think we'd like to see a sample of it given to
Yeah.
Jackson. Because we're leery about vinyl, especially something that's not paintable in
Okay.
terms of, is it pre-painted but not paintable, or is it paintable?
Yeah.
So to get a sense of that material. And then
I
kind of-
did, just on that, I didn't put that in there to use vinyl because I didn't think you would, I thought you guys would beat me up real hard on it.
Well, we're not thrilled about it. That's why we need to.
So what I did on the sheet for the new edition on the siding, I put that LP Smart Side,
Which
which I
is,
believe is a product that's been approved. They make a vertical siding, and you can get pre-primed and pre-finished if you like. So it's that
I think
LP
that would be
Smart Side.
preferable.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if we're open to vinyl, I will do vinyl, but otherwise LP Smart Side would work.
I think that would be preferable.
Okay, think about that a minute.
Can I, while we're looking at the front view of the house,
Yeah.
the proposed addition, the roof line is higher than the roof line of the original house, correct?
Yes, it is. That's correct.
So you see the peak and approximately how much from?
That's a good question. I think it's no more than a couple feet. And that you can see that roof line to tie into it quite nicely coming back. I really wanted to try to make them perfect, like both of them spot on the ridge heights.
cross cable.
That's quite frankly, I didn't have Dave Bazler drew this for me, but I didn't have him draw it that way because I knew the likelihood of that actually turning out that way, ordering trusses and whatnot, was probably not going to happen. And then you're going to drive by and notice it and not be happy with me. That's the truth.
What kind of reputation do we have, Keith?
Well, anyway, I want to avoid future problems. So I figure if I put it like that, and it's okay. If it was a little bit lower, it'd probably be okay too.
We know what we're getting ourselves into here. Okay. Keep going, Keith. I'm sorry.
Okay. So again, let's see. So the new part, doors, same thing. Steel shelled, decorative, some kind of a window. I didn't go and pick doors out because I didn't know how well this was even going to fly, and that door is just a representation from a computer, but
So just out of curiosity, the addition is about the same size as the current house in terms of square footage?
No, it's actually bigger. It's like 1,200 square feet, and the existing house is approximately 900, just a little bit less. So it is bigger.
So it does more than double the size of the house?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And is there second floor useful space, or is it
Negative.
just? Okay.
Oh, one floor. It just comes straight.
With lots of insulation in the roof, right?
Yeah, well, that's my goal. I want to heat it with the air source heat pumps. I want to have a good property that doesn't take a lot to heat and maintain. That's going to last a long time. Because really, this is a 1931 house, and the foundation's totally shot. That's kind of silly.
So you're proposing apartments in the rear?
Yeah, so it'd be two. It'd be divided directly in half. 2 one-bedroom apartments, long-term rentals. Okay. 2 of those, and then the existing house would be the layout would change inside, but it would still be a 2-bedroom house.
And do you have to go to ZBA for parking approvals for this then?
I have no idea. I can fit 40 cars back there. I know that, but I do not know.
Did you do that for Hall of Famers?
Yeah, they'll have to be reviewed by ZBA for parking. Yes.
Okay. We'll pass that. There won't be an issue. No fear.
We've discussed it. Yep.
Okay. Jesse, do you have questions? And Keith, I think you said you weren't expecting to drill down for approval as much as feedback, correct? So,
no, I would like approval. Well, if there's a couple things that are in question, okay, if we could work through that, but maybe if you say, okay, the size of that structure, house attached, things like that, so I can kind of say, hey, I can go maybe order windows, which are probably going to take 3 months to get here. Things of that nature.
Okay, Jesse, do you have questions based on that?
Boy,
She likes it so much she's speechless.
We're getting punchy. I understand your reasoning on replacing the windows. With so much new construction, it might make sense to just bite the bullet. I don't know. One of the things that I just noticed as I'm looking at this is the little hip on the gable roof on the front. It almost matches the little hip that you got on the back of the
where the roof lines come together.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, it kind of does, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's almost, I mean, in the drawing, it's virtually identical.
Yeah.
So
that was
I
by
guess,
accident.
well, if you can replicate that accident in real life, I think that might help in terms of that,
That transition.
That does the rise. I really would like to see some thought put into whether you could rectify that valley problem and put the chimney back. It doesn't need to even function. I kind of hate the idea of stuff that doesn't have a purpose. But on the other hand, it strikes me that I'd like to see the chimney. It's not the end of my world if I don't, I suppose. I like the idea of a different siding on the back. I think that that's a good solution. It makes the point that they are different. And I'm wondering about the steel doors. I think even though the back and the front are, they're different buildings in some ways, if we're matching the window sash, I'd like to see doors that are wooden, but I think the Craftsman detail with the windows across the top third, that's a good idea. And there's a lot of Marvin kind of products. There are products that you can get through Bruce Halls that look like that, but I'm not thrilled about the metal doors. But overall, I think this is it's a good starting to think about repairing materials on the front and getting the windows started. I think I'd be okay with that. But I'd like you to have a good hard look at that chimney. I'd be sorry to see the chimney gone unless it's absolutely essential.
It'll dramatically change the appearance from the front of the house, which is part of HPARB's purview. I applaud a lot of the other stuff you're doing, and in terms of creating 3 dwellings instead of 1 on this property, it really, like you said, meets a need. And compromising on window replacement, as opposed to kind of putting your feet to the fire on that. If there's any way, you could try to maintain the fireplace, that's great. I have a real quick question and then we'll go on to other people's questions. I keep meaning to ask you. The rear section is just on a slab, correct? It's not going to be a full basement?
Depending when we start digging and what we can do with the drainage, it probably will not be on a slab. I want to be able to just have ease of access for running plumbing and electric.
Great.
It's not going to be a full 8-foot basement though. We won't be able to get it that deep. So,
but it'll be a basement ideally instead of a slab.
Yeah, we're not planning on doing a slab. No, I want to be able to run utilities and change things as needs change. So
okay, thank you.
Was that a crawl space?
It could be. Again, it depends on when we start digging down in the water and that we can drain it away. I think it'd be at least a 4-foot. Well, it's at least high enough so like I'm sitting in my chair right now. You can pour a little thin concrete pad, and I can work overhead and push around on a chair.
You're a tall guy.
Yeah, so I don't know. I don't have a definite answer because I think it's a lot of that's what that drainage we were able to work out, because I see no point in just making another wet basement.
Okay. Pat, do you have any questions? If you're done, that is.
I have a question. It's sort of a logistical question. If you put the back on a slab and the front maintains a nearly full height basement, does that potentially create trouble for the house? Would it be better for it to have a basement that goes all the way through? So in other words, I'm sort of supporting your idea that you're going to excavate to some degree of a basement rather than putting it on a slab. I just wonder if a slab might have a tendency to slide away from just over time.
Not if we do it right, it won't.
Okay.
If we don't do it correctly, it can cause a problem, sure.
Okay.
One can't be floating and the other one frost protected. They would both need to move together with the frost.
Right. That's my question. Yes.
But Tony will make sure he gets those details right.
Okay.
Okay, Pat, did you have any other questions? Oh, Pat left. I'm not looking at the full view and I'm waiting for Pat to say something.
No, there's fewer of us on this view now. Thank God.
Numbers are dwindling.
After a 14-hour day, I'm done. David, do you have any questions?
Nothing more.
Cleo, do you have any questions? Okay.
No.
So Keith, you've given us drawings, you've talked about material, but Jackson doesn't really have a materials list per se, correct, Jackson?
That's correct.
And you've said Marvin Elevate for the windows. I'm assuming from your images, the same, is it 6/1 or 8/1? Whatever to match?
They'd be the same.
Sorry.
Yeah.
To match.
And there is one thing we didn't cover, is that in the existing house, so it'd be on the like the west side of the house towards Route 28 right there. So those are going to be bedrooms, 2 bedrooms there. And to meet egress, the one existing window, I don't think it quite meets that. Okay, how I measure it is pretty close. I would need to get that approved or not, but that potentially could need to be changed just for that reason alone. And then the other window on the side it was a kitchen window, like above a sink, so it's high. So that would definitely need to be changed into a full-size window to match all the other window sizes.
So your proposal would be to change both those windows to match the other fenestration on the original part of the house.
Yeah, so Jackson has it right there, right below his cursor. Yep, right there. The one in the back is a smaller one that was like where the kitchen sink was.
Okay.
And that definitely is not large enough. Okay, that 100%. The one to the front of the house where the cursor is now, thank you, Jackson. That one there, how I measure it, it's pretty sketchy. That one, the bottom actually does open. I got it open and I measured the opening. But how I measure in codes measures, I haven't had them in there to just verify that or not. But that one there potentially could. So the size of it could, but.
So once you have Tony's feedback on that, you might be.
No, I have not talked to them. I haven't talked to them about it. I figured I'd hit you guys first and see how this is going to go.
Okay, but he would give you a sense of what size you absolutely need, whether that size meets code or not, and whether the front of the 2 needs to go up. And then I would assume if that size is acceptable, you'd make the other one the same size.
Yeah, the goal is to make all the windows. Well, how we drew it out, we sized all the ones exactly the same size as on the existing structure.
Good.
So they're all the same. And that's what I would like to do. Potentially, if the older windows, they don't seem to have as much of an opening when you open them. At least how I measure things. Anyway, if there's an issue there, it's going to have to change. And,
Okay.
kind of one of those things,
So
So
to meet
we're
code
talking
for the,
an inch or two in dimension, or a lot more than that.
like an inch or two. It's not much. I measured it and I'm like, wow, that might be good, but I'm like, yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
So
So
So you'll-
it's close. It would not be a
pretty
radical
darn
alteration.
close.
It wouldn't be
No.
a radical alteration in terms
No,
of
not
window size.
radical, no.
so
But I
you'll-
still would
you'll-
like to change those windows though and modernize all the windows.
Right, once you talk to Tony about what needs to be done to meet code, you'll have to come in for a field change, correct, for those windows then?
Okay, if we change the actual dimensions, is
Right.
that correct? That's
Right,
correct, okay,
right.
okay.
Um,
So we're good to go on the
I'm not
windows
sure.
change?
We haven't, we're still talking to you.
Okay, all
Sorry,
right.
we haven't voted on anything yet.
Darn it, I want an answer.
Okay, Dave Strogatz, did you have any questions?
No, my understanding is that Keith is coming back next month for the public hearing on demolition.
Yes.
Was it possible at that time that he provides his additional details, and that would be what we would make our final vote on?
And that would probably be pretty helpful if we have specifics on the smart side, the window sizes, the
Doors.
Yes, the doors, thank you. We haven't talked about roof material. I'm assuming it's to match.
Yeah, there's a whole sheet there. I guess it did come up. It's new edition exterior materials. So it is, the roofing asphalt shingles comparable to the current ones. That's how that's written, a little loosey goosey, I guess. The exterior entrance steps, we're either gonna pour something out of concrete or just do a pressure treated little step coming into the place.
In the rear.
And in the rear
Okay,
on
in
the
the
new
rear.
addition and that new door I'd
And
like
that
to
doorway.
do. Again, doors, steel shell, and the reason for the steel shell is they're very durable. And this is gonna be a rental situation.
Are
And
there pretty
durability
sturdy
is good.
fiberglass, paintable fiberglass doors? That might be a compromise. Is
Yeah,
there-
that's
is there another
fine.
product?
I'm used to steel, but yeah, if the fiberglass ones are pretty rugged also.
Well, if you could do a paintable as opposed to the steel, which just doesn't have, with everything else you're doing, with the board and batten siding, that's really thoughtful. With the windows you're proposing, that's good. I think the steel doors compared to those would not look very nice with the other things you've already thought through. I think if you went to a paintable fiberglass and did it, because it's kind of a cottagey look, did a painted as opposed to a steel,
Okay.
something like that might look a lot better. Keith,
Let's change that then.
yeah, Keith, I was thinking of something as you were talking too. With the shutters, you're gonna maintain those original shutters too, correct?
The what?
The shutters. The shutters.
those
on the front
shutters?
of the house, yeah.
I have to. I don't like them.
They're part of the character of the house, I think.
Well, yeah, they've been on the house. You're correct. I don't think those are original shutters, if that does anything, but
They might very well be.
I think they might be.
I think.
well, they're plywood. The panels are plywood. Where
Well,
that little,
plywood was invented in the 19th century.
well, yeah, but you know what I mean, though. I mean, I don't know. They could be. I couldn't tell.
It would be nice to see those maintained on that original section. They, like the chimney, are part of the character. So trying to keep those intact would be ideal.
So with the chimney, I really would like to get that out of the way. I just, that, we're working hard to bring this is not a real mansion of a house. And I understand that is a contributing factor to the house, how it looks. It's just the obstacles it presents to the overall big picture, like totally renovating this house, is kind of, I think it outweighs the value of it, really. And it's never going to be used as a fireplace again. It's those days are done.
Can you, I know you showed us images of what the house would look like without the chimney, but can you get us a drawing of how you plan to treat that intersection of that roof line for the decorative sloping entryway and the house, so we have a clear sense of what it will look like when the chimney, like a detail on that for the next meeting?
Yeah, I guess so. Basically, you would just see the roof coming out behind the chimney and make the valley on that other side, because it's just there's just a pond back there, and it's.
I understand. I think it would just be helpful to see really kind of
Okay, I
construction-wise what the
understand.
plan is.
Cool.
You know, I think that, you know, it would be very helpful to, you know, see that you've thought that through, how that architecturally works
Okay.
once the chimney gets removed.
All right. I'm sorry I didn't
Okay.
explain that very well. I
No,
kind of
it's you've explained it. It's just, we need to visualize it
need to
with
see it.
the drawing. So
If I can just say one more thing about the chimney, and then
Mhm.
I'll be quiet for tonight. Well, probably not. The, you know, it's just that kind of just adds one more thing. You know, now we gotta do work on the roof too.
Mhm.
Besides the whole foundation, besides the, you know, it's just really it kind
I
of
I
snowballs.
understand what you're saying. Just give us as much detail as you can about architecturally how that intersection where you're removing the chimney, how that's going to look when it's finished, how the finished carpentry is going to look. So that's what we.
So if I make it look really ugly, does that help my cause?
No, we want to see that you've done something really thoughtful.
I'm running out of thoughtful on that roof and chimney, to be
Maybe
quite
tomorrow
honest with you.
No, if you're replacing the chimney, we want to see how you're going to finish it, how it's going to look when in that area when the chimney's removed. So
How it's going to look when the chimney's removed.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Oh, I thought how it looks
No,
when it was
no,
fixed. The roof.
I
I'm sorry.
I realize you weren't understanding what I was saying.
Yeah,
So
I'm
for the
slow on the
next
get-go.
meeting, if you can get us a drawing of architecturally how you're going to finish that construction
I think this-
wise.
There's one of these I submitted to Jackson that might answer that. I don't know if we saw it. Could you scroll down to those?
I mean, there were images where we could see generally how it looked, but I think it would
That's
be
what it'll
helpful
look
to have
like.
a little detailed drawing, because I'm not sure that gives us enough detail. That gives us a sense of it.
Okay, I'm not. There's
Yeah.
there's more straight on one than one of those, I think, Jax. Yeah, I mean, it looked like that. I don't know.
Are there
I'm not sure what you're
gutters?
asking.
Okay, how the roof lines intersect, are there gutters? It's really hard to see the contrast with this, things like that. So, you know, I don't know if anybody else has any better way of describing it, or if this is working for everybody else. I just want to make sure we have a clear understanding of what it's gonna really accurately look like. And I'm not sure, does that have the swoop of that's a pretty kind of straight line. Isn't that roof more of a curve? Things like
No,
that?
actually, it's not. It's straight.
It's not? Okay, okay.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Yeah,
messed with my straight
there are certainly other examples out there that have a curve, but this one's a
Mhm.
straight line.
Okay,
Yeah.
for some reason I thought it was a curve. Okay, well,
It
if
does
other
look
people-
curved with the chimney on. Yeah,
Okay.
but it's
Okay,
not.
if other people are comfortable with how that looks as an understanding, then I won't torture you and make you bring that to the next meeting.
Thank you.
I realize, Keith, you're trying to order materials and think about all this. Is the big pressing thing to order before the next meeting the windows? Is that what you'd really like to get underway with?
Well, there's price hikes are hitting all the time, and like the asphalt shingles are going up another 5-10% on the 15th of this month. Just things like that, and it's like, you know, I get it. It's my problem, not your problem. That's why I'm just kind of, you know, hey, if that size of that building and the roof line looks good, and if I got to bring a picture of a different door, okay, I can do that. But if the roof's kind of the roof, if that works, you know, that'll help me out a little bit, because I can just order some of this stuff and kind of be ready to go.
Keith would like to have a sense of whether we approve of this in theory, with the understanding that he's going to come back to the next meeting with more detail before we officially issue a permit, so he can focus on materials. That's right, Keith?
Yeah, if that makes sense,
So you're looking at, or trying to order things like concrete, you get excavation going, putting in the framing for the back of the building. That's what you're
I
looking
think
for.
we're a ways out with concrete because it's going to be another month before that's dry enough to really not make a big pond. But just some different, like windows. The last time I checked, it's good 3-month lead time. Trusses are at least 3 months.
Everything's slow.
Things like that. And I understand I could have done a better job in this. I was a little lazy on some of these things, but the trim, the LP Smart trim on the new thing. I figured you usually approve that, so I just put that down. They say it's good. The doors.
Footprint for the trusses, the roof materials, the windows, and the siding. If we're comfortable with those materials being proposed.
Yeah. The siding is not an issue. You can get that real easy. That's
Okay.
not a backlog and that kind of stuff.
Okay. So
But,
it's the trusses and the roofing and the windows that are a bigger concern. Would anybody tell Keith not to go ahead and order those materials with the understanding that when he comes back with more detail fleshed out next month, this, in terms of what he's presenting now, is satisfactory?
I think I'm okay with that.
Yeah. I am too. Clearly, you take a risk. Dave Sanford and Pat will be back in their seats next month. I can't imagine it will change dramatically. But if there is an urgency to ordering building materials, and you'll come back with the details fleshed out for the other.
what
items,
exact
that's fine.
details do I still need, just so I get this correct?
The doors.
Do you need, like for doors, is it just paintable fiberglass exterior doors, or you need like an actual picture of a door?
Ideally, one you would ideally propose.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you want the model and what it looks like, and you can
Yeah.
just see it and turn the door
Yeah.
knob. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
All right, anything
Um,
else?
We're okay with the foundation plans with the parging, etc. Correct? You'll have to know about those windows and what Tony is and isn't going to accept as an egress window before you order your windows, correct?
So you want actual window dimensions?
Well, you'll have them if you've ordered them, right?
Right.
Well, yeah.
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 I'm nervous about ordering those things before you have them, because those.
Yeah,
those are a
you're
lot.
and
You
if there's a
can't turn
change in
back.
size, it's going to be minimal, is the
Right.
understanding.
The
Right.
dimensions, the
It's going
windows,
to-
all right.
It's going to get you to what you need for egress.
Okay.
There's one window that definitely needs to change in size that was over the kitchen sink. So that is a size change. The other one possibly, but they do sell windows that look like, that are identical to the other sashes, but operate like a casement just to meet egress needs. So either way, it's, if the size change is going to be necessary on the other window as well, it'll be minimal and to match the other one in the kitchen is my understanding. Sorry to step
And
in.
we would approve, are people comfortable approving a casement if that's what he goes with? That looks like the existing window?
Yeah, and
Egress.
it's just to get you there.
Yeah,
It looks the
yeah.
same. It's just that it operates differently.
So, and those windows on that side would match size wise, whatever you do with them.
Yeah, I want them all to look the same, so it looks nice.
Yeah. So what other detail are people looking for from Keith for the next meeting? The materials in terms of the smart side.
Yeah, you
Yes.
go with LP Smart Side for the vertical board and batten.
And the trim would be that LP trim too, that kind of matches that stuff. So,
And then the trim, any trim replacement on front is in kind, as well as the siding, the shingle replacement on front is in kind. So that's
correct. Yeah,
one of the
existing
two.
structure, replacing kind, it's all solid wood, so.
Okay.
Um,
I think it's pretty close. I'm not discouraging you from ordering the materials you need, but we just need a little bit more specificity within the application.
So I think what I heard you say, you need exact dimensions of the windows. You need like a model number from a door and like a picture of that door so you can like almost turn the doorknob. Those are the two things I think I heard.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, do we need anything else?
Can we clarify one thing on the existing house? I wanted to change those windows using the Marvin, the elevates. I think they're the elevates. So is that, where are we on that?
I think we had said that although we like to see the original windows preserved, since you are doing the addition, that it makes sense to change all the windows.
Okay.
It's justifiable. We always like to see those original windows preserved, but
Yeah.
you're adding so much more in fenestration to make them match. We would approve that. Is that everybody acceptable with that? And
Yep.
if
Yeah.
we want to approve the windows tonight, so you walk away with that, I would ask somebody if they have a motion, and then if the sizes change for those, once you know the size for those west facing windows, for the bedroom windows, you can come in for a field change.
Okay.
So if folks are comfortable approving the replacement windows for all of the windows on the house that's standing to match the house that's proposed with the Marvin Elevate, what is it, 6/1? Is that
9/1.
9/1, sorry, 9/1. Is somebody comfortable making a motion to do that? So Keith is covered.
We'll make a motion.
Thank you, Jesse. Anybody want to?
I know Jesse doesn't like this, I know.
Oh, no, that's, no, I
She's getting
mean,
lots of practice.
okay, so I'm doing this with all the numbers and letters here. Actually,
Go ahead.
yes?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. The HPAR issues a certificate of appropriateness for window replacement of the original structure at 38 Walnut, taking into account the slight enlargement necessary and possible use of casements on the west side of the original building with the identical light configuration of the present building, and that these will match the windows that are used on the proposed wing in the rear that will have 2 additional living units. And this is done, it's 2B. And 2C, because they match the light configuration and they fit within the overall neighborhood as it now is. Principle of compatibility. It's more about visual compatibility with its own self, because it's unusual in the neighborhood. But we can do 3E, the importance of historic, architectural, and other features to the significance of the property. I guess we should probably say that we're doing it partially about energy efficiency, so that would be section 5.
Sounds good. Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dave. Any discussion? All in favor? Yay, Liz votes yes.
David, yes.
Theo, yes.
Jesse, yes.
Keith, yes.
Okay.
So you've got your windows, so you can start framing and digging.
Okay.
So come back.
Did we just that the chimney? I'm kind of a little unclear on how that.
I think if
finalized or,
everybody else is comfortable with the way your drawing illustrates that, I'm comfortable with it. I was visualizing a curve and not
Yeah.
quite getting that, but now that it's been clarified, I apologize for torturing you.
no, that's fine. So we're,
Okay,
so is that chimney can go away?
we're gonna make a final call on that when we do, we did the windows so you could order windows. And we're telling you that we're not uncomfortable with you ordering roofing materials. I think in terms of the other proposals, we really have to wait till the next meeting.
Yeah, we need to
Okay.
come back with the rest of the materials in order, and we can rediscuss the chimney.
So
Okay,
can one more, just on the chimney where I don't know, I can't come back with anything else about the chimney. I think then I've already stated, I'd have to just make up stuff and I'm not gonna do
no, we're
that.
not asking you to do that, but I think we want to vote on the whole proposal at once at the next meeting when everything is in place. We voted on the windows because they're
Okay.
kind of cut and dry, and you
Yeah.
expressed that you wanted to order them and needed to get moving on that.
Okay,
Ultimately, we'd like the larger, more complete proposal to address all the items, but we accommodated the windows in this vote. So that's why we're trying not to piecemeal this into a million different pieces. So we'll kind of add that to the vote on at the next meeting. Okay?
okay.
Okay.
Did I make a better picture for you? Would that help?
Yeah, we're gonna,
Or-
we'd like to see,
Or-
you know,
Yeah, as much
Slightly better
detail as you
pictures.
can give us. That would
Yeah.
be great. And it is just, we would not have, if you hadn't said ordering the materials was a real issue, we would not have done a window vote. We would have waited for everything, but the windows were cut and dry. But I think we'd like to handle the whole application as one vote if possible. So that's why we're waiting for the rest. Okay?
So next month, we're gonna vote on whether the new addition's good to go when I supply the extra information and the rest of
Right.
well, I guess the chimney's the only other thing, basically.
Yeah. Yep.
the principle of the addition is fine.
Yes.
It's just we want to see a more complete we want to know more about how it's going to look and feel in terms of materials. And we already know that we've agreed to the windows, but we want to know about the doors and your final choices on material, cladding and things like that. Actually, you've gone that far with the LP, so.
Keith, if you had any of the documentation of these other Sears kits that did not include the chimneys and looked cute and showed the finished detail, that could be helpful
Yeah.
to see that. And
That would be great. That's a very good idea. Bring us,
Okay.
But don't black out the shutters.
Yeah, I know. Well, if you drive by, you'll see they're missing, so I can't get away with that. So there's no shutters in the back of the house, though, just so you know.
Hopefully they're not in the basement in 18 inches of water.
Actually, there were a couple of those shutters on that little addition thing on the back that was coming off. But I did save them, though, because I figured I might need them.
You
Thanks,
might.
Keith.
Thank you.
Okay,
Have a
thank you,
good night.
folks. Bye.
Okay,
Thank you, Jackson.
Okay, now we're going to go on to 13 Fernley. Who's here for 13 Fernley?
I don't think anybody is.
Okay, now we're going to go on to 19 Hill Street.
That would be Josh. Hey, Josh.
Thank you for your patience tonight.
I hope someone fed you dinner.
Right. Ate dinner.
We're all still
so
waiting.
Went for a walk. Okay, I'll be quick. Everyone's got
Thank you.
sleep to get to. So 19 Hill Street, we're coming for some field changes. Two minor changes. The first one is we reduced the size of the front porch. Jackson, are you able to throw up the plans? I'll wait for them to come up. It's a little bit quicker. So originally there was a porch that sat on actual support posts and whatnot, but we've pulled the overhang back in and made it more of an overhang instead of a front porch, and it sits on brackets. That is one change. And the second change is also visible there. The front door now has a solid lower panel and then divided lights. And if you slide down to page A5, I think there's a a version that may be slightly more clear.
Yep.
Right there. Originally, it was a full glass door, and it just was something that was overlooked. And this is more in fitting with the house with the divided lights and everything.
I think this looks nicer. I
Yeah,
agree.
me too.
Okay, that's the goal. That's all I got on this project.
Awesome. Does
Okay.
anybody want to make a motion to accept the field change?
I make a motion to accept the field change.
Thank you, Jesse. Does anybody want to second Jesse's motion?
I will second.
Great. Thank you, Dave. Okay. Any discussion? Liz votes yes.
David, yes.
Leo, yes.
Thank you, Cleo. Thank you, David. Thank you, Jesse. Okay. Thanks, Josh.
Yep. I'm on the next one too.
Okay.
All
I
right.
can't even try to look at my agenda on my screen anymore. It's just not going to happen. So
Yep.
sorry. Okay.
72
72
Susquehanna.
Susquehanna.
The 72 Susquehanna, it's been a while since we've been back to this, but we're finally making some traction. And we've got a couple field changes. I'll just kind of walk through them. The original house roof, when we originally submitted the design, was an 812, and we've dropped it to a 612.
Yes, I noticed that. I like that a lot better.
Okay. It was one of the comments when we were last here that you guys thought that would look better, and I drew it up and I agreed. And so we're here. Also widened the main block of the house by 2 feet. It was driven by interior floor plan stuff, but it affects the outside, and so it's listed on the field change. We're also exploring the option for the front porch roof to be asphalt. Just has to do with snow sliding off of it, really. And then we also, based on the discussion last time we were here, we raised the house up another 6 inches out of the ground. I realize this picture does not show it well, but the front porch now has 2 rises to get onto it, as opposed to 1, which was in the original submission. That's all the changes for the house. The biggest change is the garage grew. It was a sort of an oversized 1-car, but throughout COVID, we realized how valuable a flex space is, whether it's just a heated workshop or a office working from home or an in-law apartment. And so the garage is now larger and has the ability to put water and sewer to it. In terms of siding, the garage is vertical board and batten. On the house, nothing's changed there, but underneath the porch, it's all vertical board and batten, just to give some level of contrast. And then the house and the garage are different colors to kind of differentiate the two. Any questions? There's more images further in the plans if there's other questions.
I really like the change in the massing. I think that's a big improvement.
Good.
And I think that the barn behind it is quite in keeping with sort of that kind of massing. I think it works really well. So I think overall these are all good improvements. The height is nice all the way around.
Feels a lot more balanced. I agree.
Yep.
Good. That was the goal. The first one was, trying to get something on the pages so that we could move forward with demolition, and then we had some time to refine it and get to sort of the finished product.
There are going to be a lot of children in that neighborhood who are going to be very disappointed. They've got all these games set up.
I've noticed that it's become the neighborhood playground in the.
I think it's great. It's very creative. It's all found materials, and I'm very impressed with what they're doing.
Yep.
The good old days, like the little rascals.
That's right.
Dave, do you have any questions?
I do not.
Cleo, do you have any questions?
No, I don't.
Okay. Who would like to make a motion to accept the field changes as presented?
So moved.
Okay. Second?
I'll second.
Great. Liz votes yes.
Jesse, yes.
Cleo, yes.
David, yes.
There's a pussycat.
I apologize. I didn't give anybody time for discussion. Okay. 11 Lakeview. Thank you, Josh.
Thank you. Have a great night.
Okay.
You
Jackson,
too.
did you have something?
Well, just concerned if that is a possibility of being rented out and becoming a two-family property if it needs to be reviewed parking again
Uh-huh.
by ZBA. But I'll determine
Um,
that and I'll touch base
right.
with Josh and
With Josh.
we'll
Okay.
make sure we do that if needed.
Did you hear
Yeah.
what Jackson said?
Yeah, obviously it's designed as a single family with an ADU, which I believe in order to have an ADU not go through a lot more zoning, the primary occupant has to remain on the premises, right?
That's
Or is
correct.
that just for,
Yep.
so
And
I guess
two-family
that's,
is easier, but yeah. Yep.
yeah, it's
if-
designed to, yeah, have a main residence and then
I think an ADU does require a special use.
parking.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
it requires specific permitting, whereas a two-family is provided by right in the district. I'll look at it and touch base with you,
Okay.
and we'll make sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If
Thanks a
there's
lot.
any questions, I think I need to do, let me know.
All right. Good evening.
Thanks, Josh. Thanks, Jackson. Okay. 11 Lakeview.
Hello.
Hi, Joe.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Good. So tell us about where this project's at and what you're
Okay.
looking for at this point.
Yep. So, I mean, I gave you guys some samples just because I never provided them last month of the cedar impression siding, just because I think it's nice, and over there in that part of town, I don't see why it wouldn't be acceptable. But at this point, we'd be happy just to go with smart siding, an 8-inch lap, just a basic smart side, with that basic color, I guess. I mean, I don't know if that matters. And then I gave you a little bit more detail on the windows, the window in the back, the twin double hung window. And then also on the front, Pluggo and I did 2 options for the big bow window, just to replace that in kind, with a nice new window that functions and allows for airflow, just because we didn't want to change the look of the front of the house with the inset and all that stuff. So that's basically it. I mean, I also, we're not doing it right away, but if we could, I mean, if it's going to create a long discussion at this point, let's not do it, because I know everybody probably wants to go home. But the decking, I gave some samples of some moisture shield decking that it would be nice to approve for the future, but I really don't care if you guys don't want to do it now. So we can do it at another meeting.
When is the decking planned? Just give
I
us
don't
a
know.
sense
I mean,
of
at this
that.
point, they just, they realized how expensive everything was, and that was something that wasn't going to happen immediately. So I mean, if this meeting wasn't so long, I think I would discuss it, but I don't want to drag this out for you guys. So basically the front window, the back window, the twin double hung window, and that's in the LP siding. If we could just get those things approved, I think that would be great.
Yeah, Jackson.
And the back window, just to refresh your memory, that was a side, just to show you this. Jackson has the picture. If you just want to go up a little bit there, go, yeah, I'm sorry, down to the picture of the cedar shakes. These are the samples I gave you don't really give you the idea of the individual shakes. So these are individual shakes that are like a nice high-end polymer product. They're pretty expensive. And I just think it's something you guys should consider in the future, especially if you have approved smart siding, because smart siding is just basically plywood, and it's
I
OSB.
understand what you're saying, Joe. The
Yep.
issue with the cedar shakes is they don't go with the style of the house, and especially.
No, I know that. I
because
know
we're,
that,
and I appreciate you and the homeowner
Yeah.
understanding that and
Yeah.
looking at that replacement window.
Right.
And that is preferred. If
Mhm.
that window needs to be replaced to provide circulation, going with the replacement that replicates it is preferable.
Yep.
Jackson, I'm not able to call up the application that you sent me, so if you can scroll through that again.
And most of it was me,
Yeah.
I'm on my high horse about the LP siding versus that cedar impression stuff.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions for Joe? Jesse,
No.
Dave,
No.
Cleo? Does anybody want to make a motion based on the proposal he's presenting this month? And the window is bowed, correct? You said?
Yeah, it's slightly bowed, the existing one, so it's just like a little bay window that's in there.
And the side, okay. Okay, does anybody want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion. We provide a certificate of appropriateness for 13 Lakeview, is it? I think it's 13.
It is
11.
11.
Sorry. So 13 Lakeview would be a little surprised.
There's a lot of
wouldn't
numbers flying around.
they? 11 Lakeview. For replacing the siding, the Homosote siding that's currently on the building with a LP Smart side. And the windows as proposed for both the front, and the back. And we have based our decision on, this is a 2C.
Cat's
And
voting.
Pardon?
The cat is voting.
Yes. This is the cat who cost a fortune yesterday. He got bitten again. Actually, he's never been bitten. Someone bit him. It cost quite a lot of money to have it dealt with. 3D and 3E, I guess. And I think that should cover us, won't it? Actually, we do have deteriorated historic features that should be replaced. No, we won't worry about that one. I think that's good.
Anybody want to make a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Dave. Any discussion? Liz votes yes.
Jesse votes yes.
Leo votes yes.
David, yes.
Thank you.
I have a question. What's
Yep.
the record for the longest meeting?
I
This
think
is
I think we've achieved it.
Yeah, you know, we might have had one.
And we're
last
not
September
done.
That was longer.
I have
We
a,
might have had
I have a proposal. Why don't you guys think about doing like 2 meetings a month, just this time of year, when everybody's trying to do stuff, so that you don't have so
I
many.
think we need to be cracked down on incomplete applications instead, honestly. I think that's our problem. We have to get
Yeah.
more.
Because people are taking up time and they don't have the
Yeah,
application.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Have them
that's
without
the-
plans, et cetera. Yep.
And that's partially my fault. I should have shut some of these down a lot sooner. So
Yep.
I understand your question, Joe.
No, that's
this
okay.
is An all volunteer board, and it's hard to ask more than we do of folks. But
I'm just trying to help.
helps.
I'm just trying to help.
Thank you.
Hey, it's nice that we had this meeting in the comfort of our own home. I'm halfway through a Mets game right now, so it's great. You know, it's awesome.
Well, we'll let you get back to it. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you.
Take
Have a good
care.
night.
Okay, you too.
Night.
Bye-bye.
Okay, bye.
Okay, Dan Hunter, 14 Elm Street. Would you like to talk to us?
Hello
Dan.
there.
Hey,
You had
Dan.
to wake me up.
Sorry. I have to first of all admit that I was not able to get to Jackson's office when it was open to see the product. I don't know if anybody else on the board was able to see
I
the
did.
materials. Okay, Jesse was able to do that. Okay, great. So Dan, really quickly talk to us, and then we'll let Jesse weigh in and see if anybody has questions.
All right. I am just opening up the open up what I emailed to Jackson so I can read it verbatim on the same page.
Pat was
Ah,
able to
it's
check
right
out
there.
who's not here anymore. So
Yep, there it is. And thank you, Jackson, for putting all this together.
oh, sure thing, Dan.
Anyway, so we're looking to, what we're looking to do is to start with the windows. We're looking to put what's called sash replacement kits in on these windows. We ran into issues. Well, not only are there windows that are missing right now on the premises, but we also run into an issue with after speaking with engineers at the property, that we are because of the level of renovation that is going on at the house, we have to bring it up to state energy codes, and which are, according to the plan that he outlined for me, requires a U factor of 2.8, which is something that's not even attainable nor measurable with the windows that were there. So what we're looking at is saying, okay, well then I guess we're replacing for that reason, but also, I mean, we don't have all the windows as it is because they have been destroyed and removed from the property pre us. So we've got what we're looking to replace is with these sash replacement kits, and what that consists of is basically you install the tracks within the existing moldings. So the moldings will stay exteriorly, if that's a word. They'll be staying in place. So it will actually, they will look the same as in regards to what there's a high degree that is remaining untouched. The tracks get replaced and the actual sashes themselves get replaced. And with these kits, they can be custom built. They're being custom built to the sizes that we need. So there's a very thin center style. They match the windows very well that are there. We have the simulated divided lights. At whatever grill size we want. So we'll match, I believe it's 5/8. We'll match the grills that are not the grills, they're divided lights that are there right now. They are wood interior windows, and they are a metal clad exterior that is paintable for the future. I mean, we're going to have them come through. They come through white, and the trim is already white on the house, but in the future they are paintable to whatever colors they would need to be matched. And those are, well, before I go on, any other questions about, and that would be the windows of all of the 3 sides of the house that are in existence right now. That's what the window that we're choosing to that we'd like to replace with. And then we have chosen windows for the back wall as well that are new construction windows. But before we go there, I just want to stop there and see if there's any other questions or whatever before we go on to those.
Jesse, you got to see those windows. Do you have any questions or comments?
I didn't see anything that looked like it was going to be anything like. I mean, what was available. None of them are close to the Mutton profile or Mutton appearance to what's in the building right now.
Well, the Muttons aren't there. It was basically just it was just the casing. What was there is just the casing of what the window will. It's like a little. They give you a little triangle.
Yeah.
So you can see like what the construction is essentially.
Yeah. And I guess the concern is, do the Muttons really replicate the
Absolutely. Absolutely. In fact, they have about like a dozen different Muttons that we can choose from. The one that I was choosing is going to be those Muttons. They're actually going to be they're a Mutton that has a slight 45 on it, so it matches the look of glazing on the outside, and as well as the shadow that gets put in between the panes to look like it's a full divide. with another grill, I guess you call it, on the inside, made of a wooden grill to match the wooden interiors. And I had some documentation on that as well, on the construction of those windows. I'm not sure if they came through on the PDFs, but those are included as well in some of my submissions.
I'd like, and I guess the samples that I saw were not, they don't look anything like, but maybe there's something missing in what's there. I don't know. I'm not convinced, I guess is what I would say.
Do you have any samples available that really show the muttons?
I mean, I guess I could get they have a, at the window dealer that I went to, they have a giant chart of, with pieces, I guess you call it, little cut pieces of the muttons.
Yeah, that might help.
It would be helpful. Where's the window dealer?
In Oneonta.
Which company are you working with?
Sierra Pacific.
It would be helpful to have a really solid understanding of what those divided lights are gonna, kind of what the SDLs are gonna look like, because that is part of the character and concern.
Yep, I understand. I'm looking right now for something I submitted. Maybe I could do a screen share on something. Anyway, to go on to the as well to the next, we're using the same, we'd like to use the same window company. Here it is. Here's the let's see. Now these really don't have anything on them. They don't have a display on the muttons either on this. But anyway, okay. So the back window the back wall that we'd be doing, we'd like to do new construction windows on a window that would end up looking very similar to these, but a new construction version.
Yeah, and new construction, I have a lot less questions. I have fewer questions about. This is one of the oldest houses in the village. And until the fire, it was pretty intact. And on the front of the building, the sash are all still there.
Yep, and the sashes will stay. No, I'm sorry, not the sashes. Never mind. I got confused on my terminology. Actually, I have if I could do a screen share here, I'll give you at least a look at how do I do that. No, okay, I can't. I am not allowed to. But anyway, so I have in the brochure, in one of the brochures that I sent to Jackson, I have it does have the simulated divided light profiles. And it has the I guess what they call it, the putty wood. It's they go 5/8, 7/8, or 1 inch, and I believe 5/8 is what would be the compatible size to the grills that are currently there, the muttons that are currently there, and they call it the putty wood. And it has a like I said, it looks like a glazed window. It's a glazed window face to it, where it's got a slight flat with your 45 bevels back to the window at 5/8 width. And then, they have contemporary styles where you can go square stock, but that's not what we're interested at all. And then they have the traditional wood with like OGs, but we don't want that either. So they actually have a lot of selection. But what they're calling the putty wood, I believe, is the one that's designed to look like a glazed window.
That makes sense.
So,
I don't know what to say. Liz, we can't hear you.
I'm always dubious about an engineer's report that says you can't get to energy efficiency without replacing the windows. That's especially when
Someone just
you'll
jumped.
have a bigger footprint of the house. The new section of the house will have the energy efficient windows. And you're doing so many other things to generate energy efficiency. I am dubious about a broad brush statement that you need to replace the historic windows to maintain energy efficiency. That's what I question.
Okay, I'm going on what I'm going on. We've had John. Oh boy, yeah, John McManus. He's the one who's there, and he gave me all of the he gave me what we need to accomplish in order to bring it up to the state energy codes. And there was we have to do the R23 in the walls, we have to do the R60s in the ceilings, the roof rafters, we have to do R19 around the foundation, and we have to have a window with a U factor of 2.8 due
In every
to
single window.
Yeah.
And that can't be established with a storm window?
No, because that is not an engineerable factor to be able to be found.
I have storm windows. They're fine. Yeah.
I'm not saying a matter of comfort or not comfort. I'm just saying a matter of engineered standards for the National Energy Code. To be quite honest with you, I'm not even in love with the National Energy Code because I find it makes for a stuffy house. I like my wood stove in my house, but hey, it was due to the fact that if it was just a renovation, if it was just a simple renovation of like a back portion of a house, it doesn't come into play. But with the house to the degree of renovation that it is, it's not even just energy. I mean, it's electric, it's everything that we have to bring up to the modern building codes in order to proceed.
I'm still really hesitant about the windows until we see physical samples of that.
Yeah, I really want to see a sash.
With the new section, if we kind of have, I'm not as concerned about that, but with that historic section, I am. So if you could get more materials that really help us to understand how that's going to look, that would be helpful.
Hey, Jackson, I had sent you a second email that had the brochures in it.
I think that's part of the struggle, and that's part of why these meetings take longer than they ought to, is because I'm digging around for stuff. Like I don't know if, I'm sorry, Dan, I don't know if I can, let me see.
Yeah, I understand.
This is the first email.
It's the second. It was the second that I included. I'd seen in a later, and it leading up to the next time we would have to get together. I'll have to figure out how to put the PDF all together, so it saves you time next time.
I guess just as long as he has all the submissions together, that's the big thing, instead of going through other emails, right, Jackson?
That's a lot of it. If we do in fact end up going to back in person, then Dan will be able to bring in a folder full of stuff.
Yeah, next one. Next one. That one doesn't have the muttons on it.
Thinking.
Yeah, looking down to page 11, it looks.
There's page 11.
Down one more, perhaps. Yep, keep going down. Right there.
There's the putty wood.
Is that exterior or interior? I mean, it's so hard to tell if you're not.
I'm assuming that's the exterior because that's the side that would have the putty on it.
Right, because the interior is a wooden. It's a wooden profile. And obviously, we
Dan,
can
how
ignore the.
quickly is this? How quickly is this moving along? How quickly do these need to be ordered? I mean, the property
Well-
isn't even actually owned yet by the person you're working for, correct?
What's that? I'm sorry. What?
Do I understand that the property is not officially owned by the person you're working for yet?
I don't believe that to be the case. I'm not on that side of things, but I don't believe that to be the case.
Well, my question is, how quickly is the window change going to happen, given all of the other work that has to be done?
Oh, we would, well, the thing is that with
I know,
where
ordering.
windows are right now, I mean, we put in our order now, we can't even get them in until mid to late summer. So so obviously, to push it off by another month puts us into September. And
But we really need to have a better, like, physical, tangible, something we can pick up and see, and maybe walk over and compare to the existing materials. That's the kind of, this is such a significant house, so kind of prominently located. And we do want to work with you guys. We're very happy that this is happening, but doing the materials justice by allowing us to really see them and understand what you're proposing, including the detail in the muttons, that's important. So if you're able to get that material to Jackson, and we really need it a week before the meeting, so we have the time to get into the office. I don't work in town, so getting into the office at a time when it's open to get a look at the materials is very difficult, because I'm in another county when the office is open. So, we need the materials in a timely fashion in Jackson's office so we can move forward with making a decision.
and what exactly are we just talking about the mutton size? Like,
Well,
can I
since
take
I
the
didn't-
samples back that I had left there
Since
for the last 2 weeks?
I didn't get to take a look at that sample, so I can't tell you whether you can take those samples back or not. I will try to get into Jackson's office. It will not happen before Friday because I won't be in town during business hours for the village office until then, if they're open on Good Friday, that is. As soon as I've had a chance to take a look, I don't know if Cleo and David are going to try to take a look, but it would be, if you are able to keep those materials there and bring a mutton material, so we can, I can borrow it from Jackson, take a walk up Pioneer Street and hold it up to the front of that house and get a sense of how it compares. That would be really helpful too.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
And I think the other things you had on there, the clapboard is siding replacement in kind, correct?
Yes, we'd like to, the clapper is just, replacement in kind.
Okay.
That's, I'm bringing that back up again so I can take a look. Yeah, that's replacement in kind. As well as the roof that we'd like to be able to move forward with as replacement in kind.
Okay. Since it's in kind replacement, this board does not need to vote.
Okay.
Does anybody have any questions regarding that, or comments or concerns?
Nope.
And
Okay.
the second, I guess my second on there, my second consideration on there was for the back wall, which I have a little 2D drawing there of what the back wall is going to end up looking like. Is can we do we have the opportunity to move forward on that and then work out maybe some of the window details or the patio door detail later?
I didn't see any concerns in that back wall. Did anybody else?
No, I think it's fine.
Leo and David?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, because that'll help, because then we can at least put the framing and everything back together. And you would like to those new construction windows though on the back wall there that we're looking at, would you like to see something more with those two before we get those okayed, or can we move forward with that?
Oh, you're saying they're the same as the materials that were in Jackson's office?
Similar. Well,
Do we
yes,
have-
yes. One of
do we have
the
samples
larger
or
window,
specs?
the larger window is that one, but custom ordered so that it has the simulated divided lights. We'd like it to at least be similar to what we've got going through the rest of the house.
And the windows you're showing, are they double hung ganged windows where they're larger windows, or is it one big window that's casement? I'm not clear on any of this.
No, those are some double hung windows. Oh, no, I'm
Mhm.
sorry. No, those are just larger windows. That's not those drawings of those grills. That was just something stock that they threw in there.
Okay, I guess we don't have enough detail if we're looking at this and trying to approve it and we're not clear on it.
Yeah, those windows in the back. Oh, I wish this was. It was actually quite informative for me tonight to watch everybody else. Watch everybody else's what they were doing, because until you see it, because the last couple meetings I've been on here, like our last meeting that I was on here was a 21-minute meeting. So that was it was a very comfortable meeting, but it was not anywhere near as informative as this one, because I know that Jackson has been trying to tell me what I am supposed to be doing in order to prepare for these, and I've done the best, but I've never seen one of these meetings go through with, and so it's actually very helpful to see to see everybody else's drawings and what you're kind of expecting to see. That was kind of helpful going forward in the future. But yeah, no, I don't have anything.
Okay, well, I guess
I can't find my sizes.
So because we don't have like a spec sheet or detail on, this is a, 6/6 to 6/6 ganged or whatever, that's why I was asking the question.
Okay, actually I have them. I did find them. They're 40 inches wide. They're the same height as the other windows in the house, which I think no, I can't quote that. It's just whatever the other size is, but those are going to just be 40-inch wide double hung windows.
But so are they one 40-inch wide double hung window, or are they two 40-inch wide double hung windows? Are they
one on each side? And then the center one, which you can see is narrower, is going to be the same size as the rest of the windows that are around the other side of the house, which are roughly in the 30-inch size.
So you have a 40-inch wide 12/12, two 40-inch wide 12/12s.
They're not going to. No, those.
That's a single sash.
That's got to be factory mold or something.
Oh
And that's
my
a lot.
God, no, I mean, that wouldn't work.
I think Dan was saying
that's
that
gotta be two sash.
the light divisions also are not accurate in this
Yeah,
image.
the light divisions are not accurate.
And that's why we can't approve this if we don't have an accurate understanding of what we're actually approving. That's why I'm asking. So we need the accurate detail, the dimensions, okay, it's 40 inches wide. Is it one sash that's 40 inches wide, or is it two windows that are ganged? And
Or we could,
the divisions.
are you opposed to casement windows on the backside of where it's brand new? I
You
figured
know,
I
we
might as
don't
well ask
desi-
the questions now.
We've approved casement windows. Yes,
Not
we have
necessarily.
approved them, but you know, this would not be the most appropriate use of them.
I'm just thinking of the width. I'm just
Mhm.
thinking of the width. That's all.
Mhm.
So I'm just asking the questions so I can
Yeah.
bring all of the options that we have.
Great.
So if in other words, if you have done it before, but you're not going to do it here, then that's fine. I just want to know the opinion so I know what to bring to the owners.
I guess
To
the
that,
ideal would be to have double hung windows like the rest of the house, Jackson.
Okay, no problem.
Say.
I just want to, a brief reminder that this portion of the building was previously approved for demolition, and it has not been the path we're going down.
Okay.
Oh, I know. That's
Right.
what I kept
Thank
thinking.
you.
When are we gonna demolish part of this?
What
Well-
do you mean? What do you mean?
The back half of that, of the rear L was approved for demolition. You know, the section that was burned so badly. Is that no
Yeah.
longer being demolished?
No, it's currently in process of going down right now,
Okay, that's what
Just
I thought I saw.
bit by bit.
Okay,
Bit by
so-
bit. They started
so-
on the interior and now they're working towards that. Now that the weather's a little bit nicer and they can start worrying about the shell, they're starting to take down in the back.
Okay. But going back up in the same shape. So,
Yep.
I mean, we want it to be in keeping with the village, but it doesn't have to match the front of the house.
Right.
Just-
Exactly.
It's actually gonna be very similar to, from what I'm to understand, I never saw it as it was, but it's gonna be in the same general shape, but with those windows there. And I guess I would ask, do you perceive a problem? Because we're gonna want to start framing it back together. We don't have to buy the windows, until we get approved, but we are gonna want to frame it back together so we can start getting it watertight. Do you perceive that there would be a problem to proceed with 40-inch windows on those two sides like that, to have looking for a nicer picture window so they can look out over the ball field? Is there going to be back master bedroom on two large bedrooms on the back side of the house right there? Because then we can at least we obviously have to wait on the windows for approval, but if we have, so long as you don't perceive problems with sizing, then we can proceed with framing as we put it back together. Because that might be a delay for us.
I think you can frame your header in there for the window that you expect. And
Mhm.
if something of a different size ends up being the final decision, then you can frame it in a little bit. It's not like you're going to be
Okay.
slapping siding up, right?
Yeah, no,
And it's not a huge header that you'd be,
no.
if
No.
that's your question. I don't
And
think,
if anything, I would get the sense that that would be required to go smaller. So we can always go smaller easily.
does that make sense, members of the board? Sorry, I didn't mean to speak on your behalf in any way.
Liz, you're muted again.
Thank you for making sense at 9 o'clock at night, Jackson. Better than the rest of us. That makes sense, Jackson. And I'm
Yeah.
sorry, it's really hard without knowing the real dimensions you're talking about and looking at that.
This is supposed to be a review board. It's not supposed to be a hash it
design.
out kind of board in
Right,
advance.
right.
That's not our role. Our role is not to discuss ad nauseum these things. We're supposed to be looking at a proposed plan and making a decision on the proposed plan. That's part of the reason it's 9 o'clock, because we've been doing this all evening. Anyway, yeah, we need to see drawings and we need to see a front. For the front, I really want to see an actual window sash. What is this sash really going to look like? What's it going to feel like?
How is that possible without buying a window though?
Yeah, well, it's a big project. I mean,
Tell us
a sample
the name of
isn't going to communicate it.
And,
Okay.
and.
This is a product we've never seen before.
That's the big.
You know, we're very familiar with Marvin and Anderson and those, you know, those companies, but we've never seen this product.
And, you know, I'm willing to say for myself, where's the place in Oneonta? Do they have the exact product you're going to install on their floor in a sash that you can't bring to Jackson? I'm willing to go take a look. I can't speak for the rest of the board, but it really, it's a significant change. And, you know, I'm challenge John's estimation that every window has to be changed to meet that code, because I think other people have been able to achieve the type of work you're doing and maintain some of the windows, especially when you have a significantly large portion with new replacement, with new windows, with new construction windows, and you're doing so much other work on the house. But I'm not the engineer, but I really think there might be workarounds to meet that code. So if we could get a little bit more detail on that window, it would be helpful. And if that, John could be asked if there are other ways to maintain those original windows and meet the code, that would be helpful.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep. And so then I guess I have to put together a little bit more of a detailed plan and have to Jackson before the next meeting. And I have to have have to get those windows into
Jackson.
at least something.
Yeah.
Um,
And I would personally go to the showroom, but I need to know more than a week before that meeting, and we need to have that information into Jackson more than like at the latest a week before the next meeting, because
Yeah.
it's very hard to get
Right.
in there.
I mean,
So-
from
They've
the
been
point
there.
of view, from the point of view of scheduling, a week before would be the Tuesday before, but in reality, Jackson works Monday and Tuesday assembling stuff. So it makes a lot more sense to talk about first thing Monday morning. It's
Yeah.
got to be in
Yeah.
order for stuff to really a
Yeah,
week
that's-
ahead.
That's
8
no
days-
problem. The
8 days
samples I
ahead.
have had in there have been there for about 2 weeks now. So that's no problem for me.
Okay.
Thank you. And
Appreciate it,
and-
Ian.
okay, great. Thank you. Sorry,
All
Dan.
right. Thank you.
Have a good night.
You as well.
Okay. John Savoy's on the call still?
Yeah, there's a single deck application that is just a one sheet
Okay.
with a description. I don't know if you would be willing to look at it.
If we can do it quickly.
It's a fence, isn't it? Not a deck.
Sorry, I called it a deck.
Yeah, it's just a dog-eared picket fence, you know,
dog-eared-
4 foot.
Let's see it.
Well,
Wood,
like I said, written description.
I mean, it's regular wood, treated wood, dog ears, 4 foot. I mean, there's really nothing new or exciting about it. It's a fence.
What do you mean by dog ears?
Instead of a point at the top, it's the corners are kind of cut off and it's flat on the top.
The corners are clipped. Yep.
Oh, okay.
So it's kind of rounded, but
Kind of
not
like kind of like an elongated, a half of an octagon.
exactly.
I never heard that term before. Dog eared. I learned something new.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But do we
Maybe
understand?
again, it's just a standard fence to go on the property line in line with existing survey markers.
And is this along the creek? Do I understand that correctly?
There is a section that will go along the creek. That's really the highest priority for the safety of the children. But the plan is to completely encase the entire yard. Well, except for this section that our neighbors, I forget what their house number is. They had just put in a section of fence that we had met on a few months ago.
Mhm.
But they are going to do along their own property line.
Okay, so it's wooden, pressure treated, not to be painted. Right now, you're just looking for along the creek, along your property line.
And I'd love to get approval on, the entire
Don't
you
we
know,
need a drawing to get approval of the entire thing, Jackson, or what do we need? What does John need to do?
Yeah, I would think so. Apologies. It was my understanding initially it was stated that this was for safety along the creek, and I didn't know that it was to encase the whole property line, and I rushed it in here.
but it is, I mean, it is, that is the biggest priority.
Yeah, I think we would need a shot showing where it connects to the house, and or if it connects to houses, and what portions of it are seen from the road, if portions are seen from the road. Do I understand?
Yeah, no, there'd be nothing seen from the road. There'd actually be very little seen from anybody's house.
Okay, so let's see, we're talking about your just the section along the creek, or because if
I
you're
mean,
talking about,
ideally, it would be the full property.
well, the full property, we really need more information because we need the actual how it's going to be placed on the property. If you're just saying along the creek, I'm not sure if people are willing to vote or not, but if it's an application for the fence for the full property, we really need the outline of exactly where it's going to go. So I don't know if people are willing to vote for the section along the creek. But I think if you're really looking for the full property tonight, that has to come back with more detail.
Okay. I was under the impression that it was, not a historical anomaly, so it would be.
It's still, we ask everybody to do a drawing of where they want their fence when they're proposing it. So.
No, I get you. No, I get you for visual,
so,
confirmation.
Yeah.
John, this is your
I just figured along the property line was, it's the property line is the property line. So I just figured that would be sufficient description, but I get what you're saying.
This property line also is quite anomalous, right? This is.
Yes, it is. It's sort of arrow shaped behind two, each neighbor is.
Yep.
We have somehow have a portion of their backyard. So
yeah,
I mean, it is shaped a little strange, but I mean, again, it's the property line is it is what it is. So it would be, based on that survey.
Yep. Let's call this a sketch plan review because it does impact like 5 neighbors. Do we know what? Yeah, just a little bit more information on where the terminations are of it, et cetera. Does that make sense, board members?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
It does. Yeah.
Okay.
It's not as cut and dry. We certainly don't want your kids to end up in the creek, but we also, before, talking about full property fencing.
That's a lot of
more
fence.
detail.
Yeah, my God, it's a lot of fence.
And I understand why you'd want it fenced, but we look forward to seeing a little bit more detail on it, John.
Yeah, sure. I understand that. I mean, at least for paper's sake, it makes sense. I just,
Well,
to me, a fence is a fence.
But we do require it of all applicants, and
sure. No, I get that.
We have to be really consistent. So
yep,
okay.
I understand.
Thank you for your
so then I can submit that by email and wait for next meeting, or is that something that?
Yeah, no, it has to wait till the next meeting because we're not able to vote in between. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
You can email it to me, John, and I'll stay in contact with you and help you get on the agenda for the next meeting. The sooner the better.
That sounds great. Yep. I'll get it in. I mean, I have it. It's just a matter. I wish I could share my screen, but yeah, I'll submit that within the next few days, but we'll take it from there.
Appreciate it. Have a good night.
Okay.
Thanks, guys. I
Bye-bye.
appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, are we able to vote on the minutes of the last meeting? Cleo and David, you were at the meeting. Jesse and I were there, so we have enough people who were in attendance at the last meeting. Was everybody able to review the minutes of the last meeting?
I didn't. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I didn't
either.
They look good to me.
I'll say that Marcia did a great job. We had
Thank you, Marcia.
a very easy review last time. Thank you. And if you trust David and I would put a motion to approve the minutes of the last meeting.
I will trust
Trust
you.
you implicitly.
I reviewed them with a fine tooth comb and I'm not kidding about that. It wasn't after a 4-hour meeting. David and Cleo, this usually doesn't happen. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm glad this wasn't my
Jackson-
first one.
Jackson and I talked about this yesterday. We're going to get a lot more kind of, we're going to be a lot tougher on applicants and whether they're complete enough to be reviewed. Because it is getting a little sketchy. We've
Yeah.
definitely hit a momentum of people thinking they can give us very little. And I'm glad to have anybody's ideas about strategies for moving things along. I'm trying to hear people out and be polite, but I know things are dragging on, and I will do my best to try to get a little more assertive too.
I think I'm the gate. I need to be the gatekeeper.
That was the word I was just going to say is
I'm
Jackson.
the gatekeeper.
And we need to help Jackson become the gatekeeper. I do think that we should say if your application is not in 8 days ahead of time, at 8 o'clock in the morning on Monday, you absolutely will not get a review. And your application will be reviewed for completeness, and you'll hear by Wednesday if it's incomplete. And if you can make it complete by the following Monday by 8 o'clock, we will review it. Otherwise, you have to wait till next month.
Yeah.
That's a huge thing for me, is getting them in earlier so that I have time to review them, because by the time I have them, it's enough for me to try to get the agenda out by the end of the day, Friday.
Thank you.
Especially if I have to compile them from all these emails. So yeah,
Right.
I need to really.
I would be really clear about that as well. I think we need to, this idea that, we should be able to check the email that was written 2 months ago. And if I could have strangled Mike Swatling tonight, I would have.
Have another beer, Mike.
Yeah, I know. Sitting there drinking.
I've got my.
We aren't
seltzer.
recording this. Are we recording this? I hope we're not recording
Well,
this.
It's still being recorded.
And can I just say, I'm just the minute taker, but Jackson is a part-time employee.
Absolutely. And we're all free.
He's putting
Yeah.
way more than his hours into this job. So just
I know.
my little.
No, we know that.
Well,
We know that. And
Thank you, Marcia.
and Jackson, I'm sorry I wasn't more assertive with you from the beginning. I was trying to be with Jane about asking for applications by a certain time, partially to get them to the board by a certain time, but I think more out of fairness to you, giving you the time you need to process them. And I like the 8 days before, 8 a.m. Monday morning. If it's not in by then, and they submit it all in one email or physically bring it to you together. So it does not have to be piecemealed together, and you're not responsible for making sure you read their mind and you found their materials. So yeah,
People
I
can't
agree.
talk their way through their applications. It has to be.
No.
So
So this was the nadir of our experience, and it's not Jackson's fault. It is.
No.
It is the slippery slope of trying to accommodate. We are all trying to work with people, and we have frequent flyers who take advantage of that, and other people truly need our help. But
to that end, one of the things I talked with Jackson today about is preparing samples that are not on village properties that you can pull up along with your application, with pulling up the application online that you're going to fill in. If you want to do such and such, if you want to do a fence, this is what we need, and this is what this application ought to look like. I mean, it is kind of spelled out on the front. I know, those of us who know how to read that stuff. If you want to make a new porch on the back of your house, you must provide this information. You must, and I am over the next few months, maybe by the end of the year, I will try and I can put together stuff that it shouldn't be village based, because nobody should be able to say, oh, you'll add such and such down the street.
Right.
But I'm out and about enough. I'm actually taking pictures in a couple of different places. I could take pictures and use those as potential, sites, just because I think that it helps some people just to see what it is we want to see from them.
Yeah.
It's we need to, and ideally it should fit in. I mean, maybe we need to remind people that you can reduce a PDF.
Yeah. But Jackson, it's nothing you're doing wrong. We just all have to tighten this process up. And
Yeah,
it's,
I'm not,
it's your
I don't
fault.
mean to blame Jackson at
Yeah.
all.
Yeah,
Sorry.
no, I'm not suggesting
no
you are. I just,
responsibility.
Right, good.
I want to clarify that though. So
I appreciate it. Hey, thank
okay.
you very much. And
Thanks,
part of
everybody.
the fun of this is working with you all. So
I just want to add one thing for perspective, because I'm chair of the IRB at Bassett, and we require applications to come in 2 weeks before our meeting. And so having an additional week may make it easier if there's stuff you have to do on that next Monday and Tuesday. You still have another week before the meeting.
Right.
You might, I think, honestly, if you're thinking about spending that kind of money on a project, you ought to have spent a couple of weeks thinking about it, right?
Yep.
So yeah, I would be okay with 2 weeks before on that Monday morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, completely.
We'll start a thread about it and come up with some useful changes so that we've got applications that are ready. It's a benefit to everybody. So
yes.
And just,
I'm in the office with Jackson, and I just have to say, I agree. You know, he is so accommodating to these applicants. And I think I agree with all of you that, you know, let these get these applicants to commit earlier so that, you know, Jackson isn't dealing with these last minute submissions, nor are you all as a committee.
and it would be helpful. Yeah. But I'm so sorry it's dragged on. Next month, we may not meet on the second Tuesday because we might have to reschedule the meeting depending on some traveling. So we'll stay in touch about how that's going to happen as the next week or two unfolds. Okay. And we'll do our best to try to accommodate everybody's schedules.
There was one other thing that Jackson and I talked about. I think maybe you talked with Liz about it as well, was the how much people are paying for the application. $25 is ridiculous. And I don't know how we go about changing that, but we should start the wheels rolling on looking at how the county does their billing for permits and mimic the county.
That's a village board decision, I would assume. I think that has to be taken up the chain. But
I think we should start the ball on that though.
Yeah.
Because what it will also do is it will force people to think a little bit harder about their application and organize it.
Yeah.
Yep.
You can do a lot of screwing around for $25.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm telling you, it messed up our pay scale tonight. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.